We are live. I'm currently pulling up chill Pokemon music.
Chill Pokemans.
Exactly.
The pokiest of mans.
Precisely. They go here. Go master content. Go wrong reasons. And stream alert. Paste.
I'm guessing West March.
Yeah, that's what that is.
Okay.
One moment. Boom. Boom. Chop, say something.
Hello.
Hello. I'm gonna turn you up. No, I'm not. I'm gonna turn me up. And then
I'd
also
say leave me at fine volume.
I do need to collect these satchels. Maybe you like for the wrong reasons. You like Mario Kart 3. There it is, Mario Kart 8. Because Rosalina speed suit. Whoa. I'm doing well. Hello, Zane. Hello, John. It's been a bit.
It's been 5 days.
Been 5 days. I didn't stream Saturday for some reason. I didn't stream Monday because of the Super Bowl. Not that I watched it, but I didn't know how many people would, so I didn't bother.
That's fair.
Try to open up on a weird note, but your men are fine tastes. Hey, answering the question. That's a fine note for me. Wrong Pokemon.
It fills the answer with the right answer, so.
Yeah. How's everyone doing tonight? I'm doing well, Jonathan. I don't know if I answered that. As you can tell, I'm a little bit sick still.
A little, yeah.
A little. Get up
Only
there.
a smidge.
Just a tad.
Just a tad pinch of sugar.
Tad pinch of I'm really freaking sick. Sick again? No, sick still. Good to hear that you're good though. And I'm not streaming on Super Bowl. Yeah, I thought about that. It was honestly a little bit of an excuse just not to, because I wasn't super feeling it regardless. Which...
Also, like, wasn't everyone tired that day?
Yeah, that was also a thing. Oh yeah, I was super tired.
Yeah. Wasn't that the day you were, like, playing Hollow Knight for 8 hours? No,
Yeah,
not 8 hours.
Somewhere around there.
A high amount of hours.
Oh yeah, I'm playing Hollow Knight, by the way. Fantastic game, I recommend it. Why did I need to come here? I need to catch you. Don't get to. Oh yeah. Well, did anyone in here watch the Super Bowl?
I've only seen small bits of the Super Bowl. I mean, they're the only bits I care to see.
The halftime show was apparently good.
Those are the only bits I saw. I like the Uncle Samuel Jackson.
I just got that that's a pun.
Yeah.
Your Gaga performed? I was unaware. Hope he's done yet. That's right, we got Gudra last time.
Degudra.
That's a Whiscash. I mean, we can complete Whiscash, but like... was hoping for Marvoch. Really not. You heard one of the teams won, which is good. Yeah, I think the goal is for a team to win. So
At
good start.
least one.
I think they should introduce flamethrowers to the NFL. Just like one, just one. One guy has it, kind of like the ball.
Explain in better detail.
Not really sure how I could. One guy has a flamethrower.
What would they do?
I think we could put 2 and 2 together.
Okay.
War Simulator with weird balls, not your cup of tea. I think that's why people like it a lot. Is, you know, the masculine urge to play strategy games. And this is like moving forces around, except significantly lamer.
Why so many people have fantasy football teams?
Exactly. That's not... Oh, maybe it is. I need a couple more link cords, so I gotta really focus on collecting bags.
Hey, Flack.
What's up?
What is a game you like for the wrong reason?
What's a game I like for the wrong reasons? Ooh, I definitely have an answer to this, even a couple. I like Teamfight Tactics, League of Legends, you know, side game mode,
Yeah.
because it has cute animals you play as.
Is it because in reality that's like the only place you get to play Furyhorn?
Yup, 100%. I didn't mean to throw the mud ball at that guy, but hey.
It worked.
Are you guys able to hear my sniffles? I really apologize if so. That's horrible.
Only a small boat.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna turn down the sensitivity on them. They're right there.
Probably a good idea.
Assassin's Creed because you like climbing on the buildings and whatnot. I think that's the reason I like Assassin's Creed. You only really stabbed the knife into the guy for about half a second of gameplay.
You know what? True.
I'm not entirely sure what I have to do with Yanmai, so I'm just gonna catch one home.
I'd say if you like the Assassin's Creed for that reason, though, you should try like Thief and Dishonored.
I think Mirror's Edge would be better for people like that.
You actually, yeah.
I think Dishonored and Thief put more emphasis on the, well, the exploration,
Stealth.
I guess, matches. But yeah, the stealth is where most is. Dishonored makes the knife plunging a little bit more dramatic and interesting. And Thief, well, that, I mean, all stealth games are either a ripoff of Thief or bad, so. And that's not even me saying that. The developer of Thief himself said that he cannot make another game even if he tried, like a game as good as that. He made Dishonored. He was like, yeah, this is basically just Thief, but worse.
It's just Thief, but with extra power.
So yeah, Thief is the apex of video games. It's been downhill ever since, and that was 2002.
Thief, but you can choose to go loud.
You can do that in Thief as well.
I actually
some missions.
never finished Thief, and I don't think I have it anymore.
What console were you playing it on?
Xbox. It was on
The original Xbox?
Gold. No.
Then you were playing the wrong Thief. You were playing a bad Thief.
Okay, yeah, I'm thinking of a different Thief then.
That is made by different people, and it is like a reimagining of sorts of Thief. It's very bad. It against stealth, yeah. It's like social stealth more than anything, though. I don't know if social's the word necessarily, because social usually means other human beings, but...
I'm right here. Is it?
Oh, I actually have a different answer. I
What
like
is your different
Voices of the
answer, Soldier?
Void because of the many creatures that exist in it, not because of the gameplay
Well, that-
itself.
Well, that's not a wrong That's not a wrong answer though. That's like
Oh,
kind of a large reason a lot of people play it. Because if the game was just, oh hey, I'm behind this desk, I gotta observe the occasional planet and then given a data report, I would have never gotten into it.
speaking of Mario Kart, you don't play it socially or online, but time trials, that's not a bad reason to. Time trials were in, not the earliest game, but they were in there for a long time.
Oh boy, it's that time. It's that time of the month where Xbox Game Pass likes to give me recommended games on Game Pass.
Ooh.
Wulong, Fallen Dynasty, Core Keeper, Inscription, RoboQuest, Vampire Survivors, Neon White, Ninja Garden 2, Black.
Ninja Garden?
So, yeah,
Gaiden?
Gaiden, thank you.
Okay, no, I wanted to make sure there wasn't a game called Ninja Garden.
No. I grow ninjas.
Yeah, dude, that's what I was thinking.
Still Wake the Deep, Flintlock, The Siege of Dawn, Yakuza 0, Clone Drone in the Danger Zone,
I've heard that game.
Slay the Spire.
That game's
Clone
fun.
Drone's fun. Oh, I gotta turn down the stream because I'm losing track of what I'm saying here in my own voice.
Ready for the Pokemon Presents? You mean the one in like 2 weeks? Or did I miss one? Crash Bandicoot Trilogy is also so fun, but getting platinum sucks. Not for me. Go ahead, Chop. Sorry.
You're good. The rest of these were kind of meh afterwards. Because it was Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Persona 3 Reloaded, Tabs, Cassette Beasts. Ooh, they added a multiplayer update. Oh, I might actually bug my friend to go play this then.
When is Alright, hang on, wait, real quick. When is the Pokemon Presents? Alright, go ahead, Chop. Sorry.
You're Have a Nice Death, Mad Streets, Diablo 4, Yakuza 2, Wargroove 2, Eternal Stands, that's a new game I still have to try, Chivalry 2, Moonlighter, and Orcs Mix Die Death Trap.
I also have Chivalry 2, Chop. You should get that so we can play together.
Does it have crossplay?
I think so. Played with Jimmy and Carter. The 27th, I have off the 3 days after the 27th, but not the 27th itself.
I wonder why you have those
Nope.
3 days afterwards off.
No reason at all.
Really? None in particular?
Shh! My boss watches my streams! Sometimes. Hi, Gabe, if you're watching.
You taking recovery days for your sickness, I'm assuming?
At the end of the month, yeah. You'd
That's
love
a
to
good
see me
call.
do a
That's usually the
reaction?
busiest.
Sorry, Chop. Go ahead.
It's good. It's usually a busy time of month. Don't want to potentially get too many people sick.
It's not even actual work time. That is the that is just before the main season of the zoo. That is our training. Unfortunately, I was denied Friday. I will have to go to the training for Friday, which ends, I think, at 4 p.m. my time. Hi, Gabe. I never said what the time off was for, so I never lied. If you're watching. I would probably do a reaction of the reacts. Unfortunately, I think I'll be at work at that time. Maybe not. Because one of the days, either Wednesday or Thursday, there is a fun day we're doing. So, I'm not going to go to that.
Monday?
No, not Monday.
Uh,
Right now, I might be able to do that. More around here. Oh, there it is. No, it's Wednesday.
Fun day, hump day.
I also never call off work, even if I'm pretty darn sick. I've been calling off for this sickness because I don't want to in front of guests. But what am I doing? What am I doing? What am I doing?
Which is a good idea.
I agree. What about research level? Okay, Patrice done. Pet a little. Eat one and use poison powder. That's not bad. Or just evolve one. Okay. Chap, how do I evolve Petalil? Maybe if I just catch one and use acid armor.
Use a sunstone.
Okay.
For
about to get
yes, yes,
Sunstone.
for Legend Arceus.
Home of Trials. Where do I get a Sunstone? I'm gonna have to jump from over here.
Purchasing it from an outpost trader, finding it in space-time distortion, or completing quests.
What quest? Does it say one?
I can search that right now.
Space-time distortion? Figured, but I don't.
What quest here? Sunstone. Some. Or okay, do you want to like?
Catch without being spotted.
A home under the Everraise or Everest request.
What do I have to do for that
Or
one?
I don't want to sitting here. Or what says will give you a rare I will read more into it.
Does it say an area?
It says an old lady gives it to you at sitting near Chimeco within the Jubilee Village. As a
Oh.
reward for finishing the quest, Ida will give you one rare candy and sunstone.
Okay.
Jubilee.
Blah.
Jubilee.
No, please. What about you, Chop? What game do you play for the wrong reason?
Give me a genre.
Genre is... I don't know. How many answers do you even have?
I can give one answer for almost every genre.
Strategy game.
A strategy game? Okay. Let me think of which strategy game are you playing
Anyway.
that I like. You know, I'm realizing I haven't played as many strategy games as I thought I did, or I can't remember any that I specifically liked.
Yeah, we'll pivot. RPGs.
RPG.
You can drink every time he drowns for no reason. Hey, I had good reason. They were just unintentional reasons.
Would you say Anthem would count as an RPG?
Barely.
I like Anthem for the reason of having a customizable suit of armor I can play with my friends, which I don't really say is a wrong reason, so to say, but considering since I'm saying I like Anthem, I think that's the wrong reason.
Yeah, I get that. I'll give it to you. You not want the mushroom? Maybe one day the player character will learn how to swim. Does anyone know if it's demographic information and like what is the rate of swimming in Japan? How many people in Japan can swim? Maybe that's a key. At the same time, it's not like pools of water. It's a friendly pedalo.
Okay, with a quick Google search and the top result being the AI overview, a survey has indicated that around 5.7% of Japan's population is swimming.
Is swimming?
Is swimming in those words, by the way.
Is that like
I thought-
Google? Is that the Google AI thing? Because that thing is
Yeah.
wrong.
That's what I said. Top search with a quick Google search and the top search result being the AI overview.
No,
Five-
no. John. Only 5% of them are swimming. Right now.
5.7. I will put this in quote. I will put this within quotation. It does say though a significant portion can swim, but 5.7 of them are swimming.
They're swimming right now, dude. Matt, home of trials.
Oh, never mind. My bad. My brain completely fogged over a word. But 5% of people in Japan participated in swimming.
Oh,
My brain
Dude.
sometimes just decides let's not work today.
you could.
No, never.
Oh,
So Regigigas.
I wonder what the rate is for the States now. I'm actually curious. I've never known that. Good pedalo. What you have to do? You have to. You're good. Stunky. We're done with Stunky? Yeah. I don't think 8 out of 10 is right.
I feel like that's lower.
Yeah.
I'd say around 50% is a good estimate.
I think so. Hang on. There's a scene in Inuyasha where Kagome jumps in a river to save little girl and other village people think she's a water imp because she can swim. Really? Well, that's old times. A lot of people couldn't swim back then. Presumably, if there are people that, think you're a water imp for being able to do that. How do I operate... I almost said TF2. How do I operate YouTube? I have an idea. I want to make a poll.
I think.
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
Can you swim? And did you like the stream? I can swim. And I liked the stream and can swim. I liked the stream and cannot swim. Those are the only options.
You had to have liked the stream.
acid armor. We're good. So, Umi should be done. Yes. What I'll do if I give food, catch without being spotted during daylight hours specific. Yeah, but he's easy. What about Patas? Sludge Mountain and Scarlet Bog. At least because you've been swimming your whole life, but is it really hard to figure out how to swim? Just play your limbs? Yes. So I took a swimming class when I was younger. There were a bunch of levels based on the many different fish. There were like 10, 12 levels somewhere around there. Well, I say fish, but yeah. Arguably not. Point is. There were a bunch of different levels of swim capability. I started second lowest. I went up 1, and by the end, down 2. I started just above the bottom and ended at the bottom. I can barely swim. I'm able to tread water and move while treading water. That's it. Bless your heart. No. Yeah. I didn't actually read the pop-up. Oh. Okay. YouTube logo.
Indeed.
Everybody thinking this poll seems rigged? No, I mean, if you can or can't swim, you get to vote.
Yeah.
What's the matter? Swimming well is a different story, but help I can't swim is just hard for me to believe. I think a lot of people just don't know how, and then just can't. Like, they don't even know to tread water, if that makes sense. They know to jump and scream for help, essentially.
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, I'm tossing this sludge mound. What do I need to do? What a weird thing that is to say. Carnivine, I'm not done. Eat with flying type moves. Twice. Okay. Turtwig. Use leafage 3 times and evolve. Ghastly. Evolve. That's a low. That might have sounded like a jerky way to say that. I didn't mean to be, you know, obviously they just can't swim. I think people just don't know to stay calm in a panicky situation like that. You know what I mean?
No, we just don't know how to swim.
Do you not know how to swim?
No, not at all.
Oh. Interesting. Never learned?
I know, like, yeah, no, I never properly learned. I've tried learning, and I got the basics, and I can attempt to float, but other than that, I basically relied on my height to keep me buoyant.
How tall are you?
I am 6'1".
Ooh. You're almost a foot taller than me.
Dude, you are short. I'm sorry.
I'm super short. If folks push you in the water as soon as you were able to?
I mean,
Yeah,
that's an
actually-
effective way, I guess.
Toss him in. If he washes up on shore, he's good. Oh, I just got Ursaluna, that's what this is. I was never really big on swimming to begin with. I usually like walking anyway.
Yeah.
There's air in your lungs that makes you buoyant. You gotta be a thin dude for that sort of thing. Or a really chubby dude, one of the two.
It also doesn't help deep bodies of water freak me out.
Oh, yeah. No, I love water. But just looking at it.
It's so cool how physics work underwater and everything. But you get me into a body of water that's around my shoulders, I'm going to start freaking out.
Yeah, I like swimming in rivers and lakes, looking for stuff and doing ecological surveys. But after that, I am uninterested. Does it make you want to get in the pool and swim again?
True.
You can fill up your bathtub a lot.
That'd flood your house.
Then your
Like,
house is a
for the-
swimming pool.
Assuming for the average person, that would probably just start flooding your bathroom.
I've not actually had a bath to actually bathe in since 2019. Every single bathroom has been a shower.
I've been too big for any bath since.
If you haven't been in the water in a while, get those short, shallow breaths. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Oh yeah.
Sorry about the sniffs, by the way.
I mean, you're sick. Not like you can control yourself going.
Yeah, I can. I just don't do it.
Yeah, fair. It also doesn't help, like, since COVID, any public place I kind of just been trying to avoid more than I usually will.
I get that.
It's like the mental scarring of COVID. Everything has germs, and I don't want to touch anything.
Into the bottom and look up. I know you're not talking to me when you asked that, but I did. I can move up and down and stuff in the water. Like I can maneuver.
Digging for treasure.
Worst part of the game, right here.
What, having him as a mount or digging for treasure?
Kind of both. When you have him as a mount, it makes it harder to navigate through the menu to find the other Pokemon. But especially because if you were, say, looking for one of the evolution items, or, you know, Ursaluna, you have to do this for a long time, and it's not likely. No guaranteed spawn, I don't think. Only wish you had vision, but better vision, because in water you're double blind. Ooh. I actually don't need goggles underwater. It doesn't hurt my eyes.
Like just river water or chlorine?
Both.
Ugh, lucky.
You ever like moving your head upward? Your head getting water up your nose? Throwing coins and racing to grab them sounds kind of fun. What do you need? Catch him without being spotted. In the evening. Beat with rock type moves. Ancient power evolved. I don't think he actually has a rock type move. Oh, he's got stealth rock. That's right, Sludge Mound for Hippopotas. Taking a wrong turn.
I believe you're taking wrong turns in this land. That's a bear.
Yeah, it's a giant bear.
Giant angry bear. Is it Thursday yet?
No, not quite. What happens Thursday?
I don't have school,
Hey.
so more weekend.
More weekend indeed. Without being spotted. Feed with grass type moves. Or feed. Feed up. That's 7. After that, that's 9. I'm not even visible, dude. Well, defeating counts. What a tough cookie. At least they used to entertain us. Now a game that costs millions of dollars in a year to develop by Mirror. Are you talking about Pokemon? Because, well, talent is something they've never had. Except getting really big games to fit into tiny little squishy cartridges. But really, their only talent has been data storing. I got sad
Certain
news.
other companies.
Pokemon's never been a particularly effective, good series. But it's really enjoyable still. Also, they're not even visionary very much. Like, the games are pretty standard from one to the other. They are very creative with Pokemon designs, though. I don't think they've really dropped the ball. Almost ever. Talking about the gaming industry. What about Baldur's Gate? I think when you look at the commodification of the game industry, you need to remember, it's always been this way. It's just that the other games were so bad you forgot about them. Like Beetle Adventure Racing on the Nintendo 64. Not that it's necessarily bad, but do any of you know about it? No. Was it good?
Nope.
That good. So, don't be so doomer about it. It's always sucked. If anything, back then, because you were a kid, forced yourself to like it, because it was the only game you were going to get for a long time.
Whoa, this is so cool. 5 seconds later, man, this is so pretty cool. And then give it 10 minutes. This is cool. And then it's just like, all right, so I'm gonna continue playing it now.
Yep.
I don't really want to do anything else. And it's not like I got anything else better to do.
Exactly. None of these Pokemon have done any to evolve more. Friend of mine, let's go finish that. Actually, yes, but task is done, but he still needs to evolve. Yanma, need a Yanma on the team. Up. Can you get that document up?
The one with all the information?
Yeah.
You got it, boss.
And then look up Skuntank.
Hold on, it has to load the whole document.
Take time. Yeah, I'll do you later. Games you hear about for years and you finally play them. What games are you talking about? Because I think you might be listening to honeymoon phase stuff. Oh, I can't get up here. Cool.
Okay. What about him?
What do I do?
For what?
What? It one-shots. Rest doesn't resist rock? Does it say to catch them or evolve into them?
On the little chart sheet?
Yeah.
Number of cards, number of alpha species cards, number
No.
defeated, number-
Below that, there should be a device.
Evolve one skunky, catch the alpha, use
Okay.
its strong style flamethrower 3 times. Note you already know both moves required when caught or evolved.
Okay.
What?
I think my brother's hacking drop rates in what is that game called? Path of Exile 2. Maybe his friend is. Alpha Onyx. Well, I want to touch it. I guess it could still, but yeah. Wonder what spots are good for experience grinding here. Air Force, Gemini, GoldenEye, a lot of other N64 games. See. Probably shouldn't be listening to Nintendo 64 game recommendation. Because a lot of those are just nostalgia bait. Something like Super Mario 64 kind of holds up well. But it's more for the marvel that it once was and the fact that it's still interesting puzzle solving. But in GoldenEye, where the appeal is the shooting, the fact that we have, you know, improved upon shooting over the years means that it's not going to be nearly as enjoyable as modern stuff. Whether in a game feel sense or otherwise. How to defeat with fire type move? What designs carry the franchise? Or the large community? The community. Did not age well. I kind of agree, yeah. Ooh, the fire type moves, whoops. When I get a skin tank, I can fit them. We need to defeat Ghastly, but kind of fine. Dude, this sickness is awful. It's taking up so much mental bandwidth.
Not to just go sniffling directly into the mic.
No, I have a headache.
Oh.
I actually have been sniffling, but in a tactical means, so that you guys don't get to hear it.
Tactical sniffling.
Tactical sniffling. Where's a carnivine so I can stun it by throwing rotten food at it? Oh, I hate navigating this area so much. Random walls you have to go around. The Donkey Kong Country on SNES, you don't like? I didn't know those games would be any different from DK Returns or Tropical Freeze. I didn't know there was a difference. I'm actually gonna do this. And I'm gonna do it while getting water. Check this strategy out. Oh, I laid this toy beat. Well, I guess I don't get to go get water yet.
Held hostage. I mean, you could get water now.
I could, but I was gonna like spam through dialogue. When does he start selling random stuff, rare stuff? It returns. And Tropical Freeze first. They're not the same. Are they not? I thought they were. Be right back.
How you do, chat?
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Get balls. Bleh. Goodness gracious, jet balls of fire. Indeed. What you want me to talk to? Oh, Commander, the other Commander. Nope. Like saying Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild are the same? No, I thought that DK Return specifically was like Wind Waker HD to Wind Waker. Let's go for the lowest. Where's Crash Code video or stuff? What do I like to do? Where's Cash? If I just beat a bunch with the grass type moves. Five of them. Are you really gonna make me use the bridge?
Use the bridge. Use the
I
bridge.
want to use the bridge.
Come on, do it.
Wait, are they really so different as Are these games really as different as Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild? Because those games are very, very different. They're both 3D Zelda games with puzzles. What's a game you thought was going to be great that ended up being a letdown? Can every single Pokemon game apply to that question, or is that too obvious? While that is a serious and real answer, I will get a different one instead. Biomutant is a game whose development I was watching like a hawk. I was very excited for it. Why? Why does so much? Too obvious? Yeah. I would apologize for being mean to Pokemon games, but Pokemon games can't experience emotion. They only added that a couple generations. Well, no. This is the first game where your character emotes at all. It's technically
Shows any level of emotion.
Yeah, pretty much. Well, no, the other ones had him smiling constantly. Like, there's a part where you are in the point of view, like the camera's point of view is a Pokemon sneaking up on you, and everyone's freaking out looking at it, and you are last to turn around with a big dumb smile on your face as the Pokemon reveals itself, and you just maintain that smile the entire time. They're technically the same. The new ones are 20 times more refined than the originals. But yeah, so they're the same. That's not the same as Ocarina of Time and Breath of the Wild. That's different. Ocarina of Time, for example, is linear, while Breath of the Wild is entirely open world. Like, that's a massive difference. A bigger screen is, you know. Tales of the Kingdom? Is that game really actively bad, though? It feels like it's fantastic. It's just... Dude, I hate the parkour in this game.
Hey, did you see Steam has updated their terms and service?
I did not.
They went through and banned every game that forces you to watch an advertisement.
I didn't know that any game forced you to watch an advertisement.
There's apparently a few games that were like that, and then Steam went through their terms and made it, fly. Or at least they keep reading. I don't actually read their terms of service, but hey, nice W.
If we want to be technical, that was enough of a fall to knock out? Oh, that was kind of a big fall. The finals gives you an advertisement for its battle pass. Does that count? I lost a Thunderstone and 2 Firestones. Was that necessary?
Ooh.
Well,
I think they were replying like, oh, like a mobile ad sponsor.
oh, okay.
Like forcing you to watch those, I think, is what they were talking about, which I won't complain. That's pretty good.
It is. Well, a bunch of Pokemon just need experience right now. I'm going to defeat it with Psychic type moves. Catching male and female. Where's your program located? Deepjaw, Scarlet Home. South. Dude, don't make me use the bridge, man.
Use the bridge. Use the bridge.
I think I've already caught Ingrowth. Yes, actually. I'll catch another. There should be a dread encounter on screen. Yes, absolutely.
You know what? At this point, yeah.
So how many times has it happened this stream? It was like 4, right?
Yeah, we're at about 3 to 4.
Alright, add text. Text. Font. Why is the font size 256?
Big font.
I have a Pokemon font in here. When I get to change the... Oh. There we go. Zelda should be a little more linear, or at least don't use the same... Yeah. I can agree with that. The Krogunk is here. Barboach is here. What do you need? Use grass type moves. And also feed it. Well, I don't get to feed it.
No feeding.
Oh my goodness, am I almost done? Okay, so need 2 more. You never played Breath of the Wild? The game is probably incredible. I think that's the consensus largely. Oh, it totally was you. Alright, how do I make stealth spray? I'm gonna care about collecting these plants now. Bugwort. Okay, I've been dumping those like mad. Really?
Get spotted, nerd.
How do I craft scatterbangs?
Are you asking like you're just about to find out, or are you asking
Just
as in you want me to Google?
Just about to find out.
Okay.
I don't get to craft something if I don't know how to craft it. Why is he running in circles like that?
Sometimes you're just that bored and you gotta run in the circle a little bit.
Is that it for Krogunk? Bet not. Nope. Right. Everyone's dying. I wish I was still in the Obsidian Fieldlands. It's a lot more fun than this area. I do hope they go back to traditional Zelda games. What about you, Chop? Have you played any Zelda games?
I think I played one Zelda demo on the 3DS. I know
Okay.
it was on the 3DS, but Actually, no, I have played in Zelda. I played some of the older ones.
Ooh.
Gotta say, not a fan off of that.
Not a fan?
At least not a fan of the older games. I'd maybe want to try like Breath of the Wild or something, but
Actually,
I
really.
can see my.
Go ahead.
I was gonna say I can see myself really not getting too attached to Breath of the Wild though. So
I really didn't enjoy Breath of the Wild very much, actually. I ran around taking pictures of critters. Ooh! That's a game I like for all the wrong reasons. I really don't like the standard gameplay loop of Zelda, Legend of Zelda. But I love taking pictures of everything.
fair.
That was almost a 6th though. Are these splooshing in the water? Did I not hit it because it's in the water? Oh, there it goes.
The ultimate defense.
Dude, the Pokeball sploosh in the water. Alright, whatever. Like a Zelda strikes a balance between Skyward Sword and Breath of the Wild. Something large and open, but small enough to where the world is more crafted. You should seem more impactful. I can agree with that. I forgot what I was gonna try. Was gonna say. Was cash. 4, 6, and 8 then. Go catch some at Teddy Ursa's.
Teddy Ursus.
Versus ring for that one.
I don't know why, but I'm getting that weird sense of deja vu.
Ooh. I wonder what's gonna happen.
Can't say I fully remember, but I remember watching the stream, that question popping up, and me tapping over to a message I got.
Ooh.
That's about all I can remember.
Butter just evolved. That's right, Teddy Ursa's are purposes. If you look at Majora's Mask, or if they made that today, today's tech, a crazy game where everything affects everything else in an interesting way. I don't know. I mean, not necessarily. I think go around catching each of these Teddy Ursas. Basically remove the sentries protecting the Ursa ring. I also need to give them food. What do they eat? Mission data. Okay. Mushroom?
Mushroom.
You eat mushroom. Oh no. Bear.
Big bear.
What's your favorite Zelda game, Zane? Or like a top 3? Oops. I don't know what Ursa needs, so we're gonna just feed it. Not needs to be given food. I did not get a backstrike. Oh, but that was enough. Catch, defeat, fighting type moves, bulldoze, slash, love attacks. Okay. Yama needs experience. Yama needs to learn ancient power.
Ancient power.
Really like the Link Between Worlds, Majora's Mask, and weirdly enough, Spirit Tracks is super underrated. I hated Spirit Tracks. That was my first Zelda game, and I wish it wasn't my first Zelda game.
That was my first and last Zelda game.
Not true. I also tried the dog one. Twilight Princess.
Twilight.
The dog one.
The dog.
The dog one.
What's the dog doing?
What the dog one? I mean, if I get my Yanma to have ancient power, I could just beat a bunch of Yanmas with ancient power, and that counts. Chunky. I think he's done. That's right. I just start from the bottom. There it says 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ball 1. Okay. Rhyhorn. Be with grass type moves. An easy couple. The Stealth Rock. Stun it. Vitrex has the most puzzle-like puzzles in any Zelda game. Like, you actually have to think about them. That was not my experience. Well, I've never played any of these Zelda games, but if that's the apex of puzzles, I don't know if Zelda is my franchise.
I don't know if puzzling's my specialty at that point.
To be fair, I only remember one puzzle. In the fire dungeon.
Fair.
What was it? Okay, stunning Rhyhorns. Actually, I come to think of it, I have not liked a Zelda game yet. Maybe Zelda's just not for me in general.
I mean, that is what you did just say.
Well, no, I meant like, that one game is an isolated incident from the game series as a whole. How many do I have to stun? Oh, if I just stun 5, that's it. I did play a little bit of Link to the Past, and I really enjoyed it. That was fun. And I think I would like Ocarina of Time if I wasn't super spoiled on it. Alright. We're gonna Pokemon music to relax too. You find a fan song pretty good. Versus Lusamine. I think that's just a song in the game. Unless you're talking about a specific remix of that song. What a super point. A Link to the Past is dope? Okay. I'm not necessarily saying Legend of Zelda is bad. It'd be crazy to say that.
Because if it was, why are so many made?
I mean, that's not necessarily the argument, but yeah. Because, you know, Call of Duty has a lot of buyers. Had lyrics and duets. Oh. Good job, my bad.
I was just gonna say, okay, but like, those are people desperately trying to cling on to nostalgia.
That's true. The first few were good. This one has to be. That's how that works.
Said the Call of Duty fan for the 20th time.
Said the Pokemon
Just-
fan.
Hmm.
Is that an alpha Skuntank or is that just a Skuntank? That's not very big. That's not an alpha. I'm gonna run through here really quick and try and find it. Oh, hey, an unknown. Forgot about having to catch these.
Oh no.
Unknown.
Whoa.
Am I gonna have to catch every single unknown? Oh. We're sick. Fine for now. Roselia is 4, 5, 6, 7. No. I think I just need to fight a bunch. Alright, big question, fellas. What game are you nostalgic, but you absolutely know is just awful? Pokemon does not count.
Hmm.
I also don't think Pokemon games are awful. But... like this game is genuinely horrible situation.
I have the perfect answer. For Honor.
For Honor? Are you nostalgic for For Honor?
Yes, old For Honor.
Okay.
Because that was so good. And then I tried playing it and I'm like, oh. I'm going to continue playing it because there's nothing else like it, but...
Genuinely tragic. What about everyone else? I'm pretty sure you can't get all unknowns until you get to Alabaster Icelands. I think they're everywhere.
I guess I do also have another game, but it wasn't genuinely bad.
What is it?
It was a game called After Charge.
After Charge.
Yeah. Think hide and seek.
Okay.
That's it.
Oh.
So there are two teams, the hiders and defenders.
Mm-hmm.
The hiders are these like Goliath-looking robots, and their goal is to destroy energy towers. And they're invisible unless they go near hunters / defenders or are attacking towers.
Okay.
Defenders have a radius around them where they will reveal hiders, and their goal is to protect the towers for a certain amount of time. Everyone had abilities, and it always changed up the game, and it was just so cool. But it shut off development so long ago.
Oh, that's tragic.
Yeah, I miss it.
You can watch one. All the games are much better, but you don't know how you can. That's not necessarily a bad answer. I don't think. There's always a lot of puzzles are just snares that make you feel smart. Spirit tracks is actual real logic puzzles that you have to puzzle out. Ah, I see. The only puzzle I remember from Spirit Tracks is that there were 3 statues. And there was a little story along with them. Like, one of the statues loves another. The other has eyes for a third, and then it was a love triangle, and you had to turn them towards each other. That's all I remember. Right, Gujar's done. Alright, 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 Gujar's done. Al There's the playlist apparently. 1 second.
Think your taxes are simple? You could file for free with H&R Block. More people qualify for H&R Block free online.
And me? I mean, there was an old Bionicle game I used to play a lot, but I don't even remember enough about it to say if it was bad. I don't think I have an answer to this question.
Surely you do.
Probably something for the Wii.
Fair.
I don't. Reaching our block ad, or send me a check. I agree. I just gave them exposure for free. Will not be happening again. Literally will. I will not be muting in time. That's the thing. I really have not played many video games when I was a kid, other than Pokemon. I also don't really get nostalgic very easily either. As in at all. Except for Pokemon. I'm trying to think of anything. I can't go calling Smash Bros. Brawl bad, but...
You wouldn't be too wrong if you did, though.
Hey, that game gets
I
hated
played
a
it.
little more than it needs to. Just a little. But regardless. I don't know. Okay. All the games I've ever played coming out right now. The Origins of the Safari Zone. Are you talking about Pokemon Ranger? Because... Oh, chucking... Indeed. It's an ancient Sinnoh tradition. I don't even have to stun them with items. I just walked at me. Where did he go? Oh. Active camouflage. Oh, he's kicking my butt too. No! Okay. Every video game I've ever played. So... Pokemon. Basically all of them. Check that off the list. Sly Cooper. Beetle Adventure Racing. Jak and Daxter 1. Super Mario 64. Then Xbox came around. My brother sold our Nintendo 64 and PlayStation for an Xbox, and I'm still mad at him for it. What is this creature? Oh, that's a hunchback.
He clearly made the right decision.
He clearly made a super duper wrong decision. When that happened, the only game I had for it was... Okay, I wasn't allowed to play Oblivion or anything like that, so... Does Oblivion count? You know what? Oblivion. I don't even think that game's bad, but it's the closest I've got to an answer.
It's the closest we got, the closest we're gonna get.
Whoa! Whoa! I hate this map. I hate this map so much. Gotta go all the way around. And then you get stuck. Am I crazy? I have to go over the bridge and then over the other bridge? We're about to add one to the counter? No. Find 3 switches and activate them and move a couple blocks. Yeah, that's... I've never understood why people call it a Zelda game. It's really just looking for the thing that's out of place. Or sometimes the thing that's in place and you scoot it out. Lucas getting brain damage from all this drowning. This isn't Lucas. I think his name is Akari. Maybe that's the girl. Where are we going? Here. You have to go around. Am I done with Krogans? No. Let's throw some captures at him. No, might as well not. Might as well defeat him. What's psychic type moves? I don't have any. This is the exact same spot it happened before. Any scatterbangs? No, I don't even have the recipe. Baited into mudshot. It might just sit there and stare at me for a while. Besides, this is about to happen. Is there people with powers in this world? Do you think they count as psychic types? I don't think so. If I had to add a new spin into the type matchup, would it be? Oh, like that? If I had to. Any adjustment to the type chart like that. I would say... Ooh, I don't know. I might honestly go with the fire moves and make ice Pokemon water for a bit. Because the bulky ice type Pokemon would really enjoy that. I would leave it be 100%. If I had the option, I'm not touching that. There is so much to it. I guess I would change Bug's interaction with Fairy. I wouldn't make Fairy weak to Bug. Screw it, yes I would. Fairy's weak to Bug now. Fix the rock type and make it more defensive. That's also an option. Important when looking at the type chart to remember that it was all made in the context of a Generation 1 RPG. So things like rock type really meant to be more NPC types than anything. You make it so that all fire types can't be affected by burns. No, that's true. Fire types can't be burned. The only way to get a burned fire type is to burn a fletchling and evolve it into Fletchinder, or terrestrialize a fire type. Terrestrialize a non-fire type that is burned. For example, electric types are now immune to thunder, or paralyze, but we're not always. Way back in Generation 6, maybe 5, they weren't. You could thunder wave them. You could body slam them, things like that. It wasn't until Gen 6 that was changed. Us melting into water will be a cool ability. Flexions 1, change your weakness into a strength. I think Something like a Weavile is probably gone if it gets hit by a fire type move anyway. And something like an Avalugg would enjoy being a water type instead, because now it gets to pretend it's a better Pokemon. Ice types cannot be frozen. In fact, they're actually immune to sheer cold. All the items, it looks like it. But I gotta stick around just in case, but... What battle conditions would I add to types? Like how ghosts can't be trapped? There have been some I've thought about before that I think could be really neat. If you... I want to say one, but I don't actually believe it directly. Giving rock type the ability to absorb stealth rocks could be cool. It would have to be worked around a little bit, like something would have to be changed. But some way for rock types to now control hazards and also, you know, be relevant in any capacity. Maybe if they like took damage from stealth rocks, but it gave them a free speed boost or something, and also removed the stealth rocks, that could be cool.
I'll be right back.
Zane, electric types cannot be paralyzed by body slime anymore. No longer the case. They can't be paralyzed at all. That used to be the case, and they were actually paralyzable with stuff like Thunder Wave. Thing with ground types and spikes then? No. Back in your day. We're not in those days anymore. Thank God. Gen 5 was good. Gen 4 was good. Still. Now it's foggy as heck. While I'm over here, I might as well pick up the satchel. Almost rolled off in the water. Feels like I didn't roll off into the water. I knew there was water here. I actually went slowly so to avoid this. An alpha potch we see over there. Very funny. Oh, there it is. Many argue this physical special split ruins Sceptile. It's factual that the physical special split ruins Sceptile. However, in that very generation, it seems like they wanted to do it. They wanted to pull the trigger and just split physical and special moves, but didn't. So, you know. I think anyone arguing that the physical special split shouldn't have happened is either looking at things from a very strict competitive standpoint, or is just trying to argue that the new games suck. Because if your argument is that it made the game simpler, how is it simple that Fire Punch is a special move? Or that Bite is a special move? Sucker
Bite
Punch.
Special?
Not anymore. Used to be.
Also, I'm back.
Hello. But Shadow Punch. So, okay. Fire Punch, Ice Punch, Thunder Punch, and Sucker Punch were all special moves. But Shadow Punch That was a physical move. Uh-huh. Shadow Ball? Physical move. Why? In earlier generations, the names of moves other than Fire, Thunder, and Ice Punch were specifically made with that in mind. Like, all the Ghost type moves were physical because the only Ghost type move was Lick. It makes sense and it saves on data. But when they made stuff like Leaf Blade, they should have changed it. What should they have not changed in my opinion? You think they could have changed some things to be nicer to certain Pokemon? Yeah, I think they should have done a massive stat rewrite when they did the physical special split. Now, I will say that the physical special split, like pre-physical special, the game is weirdly balanced around that before then, and it's kind of cool to look at. Generation 3 Overused, for example, is really popular still. What should they have never changed, in my opinion? I'm going to argue fairy types, but not actually.
Hey, Black.
What's up?
How you feeling?
I'm feeling alright. How about you?
I'm feeling well. I was just curious.
Okay, sweet. Thank you for checking in.
No problem. You're sick and you've been streaming for 92 minutes, so I just wanted to double check.
I'm going to drink some water, actually.
That's a good idea.
So, they should have not gotten rid of seasons. I 100% agree. But I also agree that I want to hear the argument. Hyper Beam being physical reminded me of what I think they shouldn't have changed. I know it was a bug. It shouldn't have been a bug. Recharge moves shouldn't recharge if you knock out the opposing Pokemon. It's so baller. The idea that you just know your opponent so well you can read them like that and call out exactly what they're going to do when, and just boom, knock out a Pokemon and get a massive momentum swing from that is fantastic. That's awesome. Like, think of the viability that the starters all of a sudden get. I miss it. I never even played during that time. Well, my first game was technically Yellow. I would argue that they shouldn't have gotten rid of the net decks and, megas, but that's a very milquetoast opinion. Yeah, Hyper Beam pre-Gen 4 was just, you were getting hit by normal beam. Like a physical beam for a building.
A support beam, if you will.
Exactly. I've never understood any argument that the physical special split should not have happened. Well, that's not true. I understand a couple arguments. If you ask a Gen 3 OU player why it shouldn't have happened, they will give you some very thorough and fantastic answers. But that's just looking at it from a competitive standpoint. What if it's the only time casuals and competitive people would ever agree?
That'd be weird.
Well, seasons didn't just change one Pokemon, they changed the entire layout of the areas. And also encounter rates. What does Day-Night do for the games, for example? It changes 0 Pokemon. Oh, that's not reporting data, that's sleeping.
I like the concept of the Hisuian Gudra.
What about it?
Just the idea of it because of it lingering in the water, it gathered just kind of the iron with iron in the water and kind of just started forming a shell.
Yeah.
So I'm not.
No.
I think that was cool.
That's exactly it, but it's not just any water. It is specifically Sinnohan water. Specifically, this continent has water for that. And it makes it really fragile biologically because the shell, it breathes through its skin. So the massive shell being on it prevents it from getting sufficient oxygen. Isn't that cool?
Specifically in the second form, right? In the third form, it kind of fixes that.
In a way. It's bigger, so it needs more oxygen. But yeah, it does kind of migrate it to one area. But that whole slime on its body contains iron, so it's occasionally blocking air. Like breathing through a cloth.
Yeah.
Ghost and Dark should be reversed. Why is Dark special? You're just being devious and punching. I think Dark should be physical. But Sucker Punch is not the option because it is called something totally different in Japanese. What am I doing? Let's grab a Curlia. Nah. Alright. So yeah, let's finish downwards. Eddie Ursa. Use baby doll eyes. Oh yeah, sorry about your comment, Jonathan. Yeah, I do think it's annoying that Deerling is just based on the biomes. Still implied to be a sword cut. That's true. Knight's Edge, or not Knight's Edge. Night Slash is based on a sword cutting. If you guys know about that piece of Pokemon lore. Well, not Pokemon lore specifically, but real life lore. Does anyone here not know about Night Slash? Top, do you not?
Me.
Okay. Pokemon. Night Slash is a move where essentially the Pokemon just attacks and has a high critical hit rate. In Japan, Night Slash is specifically based on the lawless era of Japan, where samurai, upon obtaining a new sword, would go out in the night and kill someone. Just an innocent villager. Break in the sword. And Pokemon has an increased crit chance because you are sneaking up on them.
Neat.
Yeah. However, Ghost was physical Zane because its only move was Lick. It then got Shadow Ball, but at a point it was only Lick. Alright, here's my calling for the Pokemon Presents. Are you guys ready for this?
Sure, I won't understand any of it, but sure.
It will not be Pokemon Ranger. It will not be Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. There will not be any crossover or alternate games other than Legends ZA. There will not be much information on Pokemon Gaia, or Project Gaia, or whatever the codename is called. However, there will be information about it. It will be sparse. That's my call. Someone clip that.
Okay. Watch them drop information on a mystery dungeon and on the release of the new Monster Hunter. They're gonna do a crossover monster and weapon.
Dude, if they do, that would be too awesome. Guys, if they release a new Pokemon Ranger... Oh yeah, half the time will be spent on mobile games. Pokemon Cafe Remix is going to get yet another Nintendo favorite. You doubt it? Legends of ZA will be at the very end after we hear about Pokemon Unite updates. But we are going to hear about Legends ZA. That's just has to happen. I do think I doubt we'll hear anything about Gaia other than that it will exist. Because remember what Paldea was? Hang on. Here. So. Play capture. Check this out.
I have clipped it, and it is now forever set in stone.
Yeah, what's this? This is the first thing we found out about Scarlet and Violet, and it released this very year. Hello, chat.
Oh.
Hello, Chop. Whoa. Crazy. This is all we got. Coffee.
Coffee.
I didn't even realize we got this much. Oh yeah, no, this is all we got, yeah. Right. Remember, this is all we really knew for a very long time. And they had that one trailer with LeChonk that took over the internet, and then the game's just released. And that was it.
LeChonk.
I think a little bit even less than that is going to happen with Gaia. They have more fun making the trailers than the games. Bro, they have more fun making the Pokemon. Have you seen their designs? Dude, that's got to be the funnest room to be in ever. They're just shooting back and forth all these crazy designs together. This music doesn't even sound like Pokemon.
Yo, the Switch.
Wow.
Actually, watch them do a trailer like this again, but it's for the Switch too.
Yo. Oh yeah, and then we got the starters. I think we also got the Miraidon and Miraidon were shown in this too, I'm pretty sure.
Yo, is that Among Us?
Look up Japanese Husky. No, Google gives me weird results whenever I type in Husky.
Alright, I'll do it.
Yeah, we found this out in 2022. On Pokemon Presents.
Okay. Are you referring to the Shiba Inu?
Italian Husky, they mean.
Italian, okay. So I'm like, this is just a Shiba.
What am I doing?
Italian Husky.
Oh yeah. Anyway, I think that's all we'll get for Legends Arceus. So I have to give Barboach food. Let me turn my way that.
They look like short hair huskies.
A husky with an Italian accent. Oh, of course.
But of course.
I need to Leafage twice and evolve.
Oh yeah, you're talking about Aaron the husky with the Italian accent.
No, you know what's gonna happen? The
Hmm.
trailer's gonna come up. And they're gonna have Felicify as the main protagonist of the next Pokemon game. The dog adopted her mannerisms? I could believe that.
I did watch the video.
Is it enjoyable?
I can in fact say that Husky is now Italian.
That's pretty wonderful.
Yeah.
Babua? What?
It's the owner talking with their husky, and the dog's just going brr, brr, brr. Like it's talking back.
Yeah.
It's funny, but it's also just kind of a husky being a husky.
You ever see that one video where someone presented their chewed up headset to their dog, and the dog just avoided looking at it for a good long while, but eventually just started trying to talk over them?
I don't think I have.
Very enjoyable. Most of my Pokemon need experience. Maybe I... Maybe I go back to... Oh, no. What I'm going to do is get everything that could. And then go back and grind it out.
Hey Flash,
What's up?
what would you do if they announced a new mystery dungeon game?
Mhm.
It has the personalized quiz and everything, but no matter what you put in, everyone got Eevee.
Everyone got Eevee? I would roll
Yep.
my eyes really hard and continue enjoying the game. But I would roll my eyes very, very hard. I could see them doing something like that too, I hope you know.
Yeah.
Pokemon.
Like, no matter what you answer, everyone's Eevee.
Can you look up what to do for Rhydon?
Like, how to evolve them, or their the suggested task.
I know how to evolve it, but specifically the suggested tasks.
Okay.
Because I need to know if I can catch a Rhydon instead. You get a different stone based on the ribbon, though. You're cooking, and they're never going to do that. You know in a million years they would never do that, but you are cooking so hard. Winning a ZA trailer that shows the original Switch and has no mention of the Switch 2 and everyone will complain. Everyone should complain, man. Come on. Actually, people are going to complain anyway.
Right on. Suggested task, evolve the Alpha Rhydon, use Double Edge 3 times, and any strong style move 3 times. Evolve the Alpha for the...
Okay. So I can catch an alpha somewhere.
Yeah.
That's all I need to know. Thank you.
No problem.
This super knocks out the Croagunk. There's no way Croagunk survives that.
It does recommend specifically evolving the Alpha, though, for the
Well, I have
next
a
evolution.
I have a Rhyhorn. See, Rhydon is the one that has a giant horn. Rhyhorn is the one that you would ride on.
Yeah.
Isn't that confusing?
Indeed it is.
If ZA comes out on only Switch 2, there'll be so much complaining. There was complaining when Breath of the Wild released on both systems. It's going to be complained about. Especially because it's Pokemon, so everyone in the world cares. There's going to be someone out there that will find a way to complain. Of course I know him. He's me. That's not entirely true. I'm not going to just complain for the sake of complaining. But at the same time, maybe I will. What about Hippowdon?
How do I spell that?
Hippo. And then there will be 2. Things that come up. Certified pessimist? That's not true. Let's be real about this one. A realist when it comes to Pokemon. They consistently fail to deliver. Is an alpha Hippowdon? Yeah, I know how to catch one, but like, they'll be evolving. The ZA trailer will be perfectly serviceable and people will swear they'll never play Pokemon again. Yeah, 100%. Actually, this trailer might even be good. Make good trailers sometimes.
What's the Pokemon again? Hippowdon.
Hippo W Don.
I see it. Suggested task: evolve one from Hippotos, evolve the alpha, or catch the alpha,
Okay.
and use its strong style mud bomb 3 times.
Okay.
So,
Boo.
evolve the hippo, catch the alpha, strong style mud bomb 3 times.
I should have gone to Hidescamp. 2 loading screens.
Hello, Cody.
Cody in the call?
Yes.
Hello, Cody.
Hello.
Why so many bags?
So many bags.
It's a little unfortunate because I do believe, since I'm not connected to the internet, you'll not see my bags.
Oh no!
They'll never be collected.
Literally never. They can't.
I know. It's
Stupid.
yeah. That's a poor game design.
Welcome to
least-
Pokemon.
At least let it
Show up.
give it. Yeah.
Or when you collect a different person's bag, it might collect yours back. What was there? Yeah, the first trailer was like a computer blueprint vibe. And Nintendo of America might have done another hero move like that one announcer guy, where they said set entirely within Lumio City. That might be a warning that it's literally just within Lumio City. What's the coolest small feature in this game? Oh my god, there are so many, dude. Coolest small feature. As a biologist, the different foods that Pokemon like. I'm pretty sure that's just a translation of the flavor system. I love it.
I think by feature they meant like an aspect of the game.
That's an aspect of the game.
Well, what I was gonna say is more like you can fast travel
Oh.
without needing to fly, and it's like so helpful.
There's the obvious catching Pokemon without battling them, but that's not really something I mind. In fact, I actually prefer the battle system because entering the battle system in this game is sluggish. I will complain about anything and everything.
Certified pessimist.
It may be true. But it's Pokemon, come on. But,
Rest of the stream only complain about Pokemon.
easy.
Begin.
Okay, different small feature. An Alpha Monferno, and this is... I've only ever found one Chimchar. I have found 3 Monfernos, one of which was Alpha, a 0.3% chance of showing up.
Oh yeah, when you complete the story in a region, there's a random chance that any Pokemon becomes an alpha.
No, I know that.
I'm telling that to the audience.
Oh. Well, then, no, actually, it's not a chance that they become an alpha. It's a separate spawn that is tagged, which is just evidence that they lost the ability to design games well from a, function standpoint. Chimchar and Monferno don't have a chance to be an alpha. It's that there's a chance that an alpha of a Chimchar or Monferno will spawn. Legends ZA won't have crafting and people will move to China and become Buddhist monks out of spite? Facts. Yeah, Pokemon fans hate this game more than I do, and I complain about everything.
I don't understand why so many people dislike this game.
Nah, it's... Okay, look, there's plenty to dislike. This just to get so much love because it's the only, serviceably good Pokemon game. That being said... Yeah, it does get a little overheated sometimes.
Yeah.
I think an easy one, but it's something that other games have been doing for a little bit. Actually, I do think this was the first, where a Pokemon handles the TMs for you. And not the TMs, the HMs. I don't need to teach any of my Pokemon strength. It's already on this guy right here. Well, not this one, but you know.
Oh, and you can just throw any Pokemon out and it's got Rock Smash.
That's a good one.
Huh, weird.
What's that?
Something.
I opened up Steam and it's recommending me this game called Hollow Knight.
Oh, that's weird.
Who would have thunk?
Looks like a weird game.
I do enjoy the fact that this
no.
game has crafting, though.
Oh! Favorite small thing. Different sized Pokemon.
Mmm.
Scarlet and Violet added it. Is it unknown on that waterfall? I'm gonna care about the unknowns later, because I'm pretty sure the final one you get access to is in Alabaster Icelands. So, yeah.
Are you going to beat the game after you complete the Pokedex, or is it just completing the
I
Pokedex?
have to beat the game to complete the Pokedex. Arceus.
Oh, you're right. Spoilers.
Come on. Pokemon Legends Arceus doesn't let you catch Arceus all of a sudden?
Correct.
Guys, can you believe that Pokemon Legends Arceus has Arceus in it?
No. I don't believe it.
Sorry about that.
I'm also in here, by the way, because I can just open. I'm playing the game as well. I can just open my Pokedex and tell you where things are.
Ooh, that's strats.
Just
There's notifications I often need. It's usually the suggested tasks, because I don't want to evolve a Rhyhorn.
True,
42.
but I can also tell you what I did.
Are my gulps coming up on the mic? I'm so sorry.
They're coming up like very faintly on Discord,
Okay.
but outside of that, I didn't hear anything when I was watching the stream.
I don't think so.
Neither
Good.
did I.
My stream does have more stringent audio control, though.
It will hear some giggles from you that Discord won't pick up.
Nope. Well, actually, yes, but for a different reason. That's because of Discord's audio suppression. Mine is a little bit more careful about what goes through. I've set up a lot more time on it. What region would I live in? Okay.
That's a loaded question.
Is it what's presented to us in the games, or is it what would reasonably happen? Because Dewford Town living right next to Agron? No, thank you. You know why people love the crafting in this game? It's just picking up an item with extra steps. I don't have to go buy a repel. I hate buying Pokeballs. I love crafting Pokeballs, because I go over here, and I craft a bunch of Pokeballs. No purchases made. Homesteading.
Living off the land.
Reasonably happen? Kanto has annihilated its ecology to the point that it's pretty safe for humans to live in. I might go Kanto. Johto has done the opposite, but they don't really have any like megafauna stomping around for fun other than in the north with Tyranitar. But Johto could be good. Owen's an absolute no, nuh-uh, absolutely not. This is the incorrect answer to this question. Sinnoh has some lethal ones out there. But otherwise it's pretty safe.
You wouldn't want to live in Hisui?
I want to live in Hisui as a wildlife biologist. In the same way that the effect of some snake venoms came from a snake scientist intentionally getting bit by it and sacrificing themselves to find out what the snake does.
Oh, yeah.
I would genuinely love to live in this and be a Pokemon scientist going through risking my life recording data for these Pokemon. Because I would do that in real life anyway, and I could if I moved out west.
Goes out on one mission, never returns.
What people do have to remember, though, is that Johto is incredibly culturally conservative. That is in the manga, by the way, if you want to read the mangas, they're really good. Kanto is incredibly culturally progressive, and that, as a result, has actually been what annihilated their stuff. They ripped up Iridium Forest in order to install, but technologically, not culturally, in order to install a factory, for example. Meanwhile, Johto has done the opposite, so if you wanted hospital care, Kanto's gotcha. Johto does not. You want a microwave? Not in Johto. Unova. Unova might be good. Because the wilds are incredibly, horribly wild, but they're also out of town. Like, town and wild don't really intermingle. And the towns are pretty well built up, and it seems like Pokemon just tend to avoid them. Yeah, I'm not going to catch Unknown here. That seems annoying.
There is always, shoot, what's that region called?
Unova was the new pick, so culture too. Unova's got a lot going on. You're never bored there.
Galar?
Galar? I mean, do you like factory fumes? I don't know about that one.
But they do have a good separation of wait, factory fumes?
Yeah, there are factories everywhere. There's a dead Corsola because they have so much pollution there.
Oh yeah, you're right.
I
Just
like
love with the
the
wheezing,
starting of
except-
your explanation and then like, wait, hold on, factory fumes.
Yeah. Galar does have a
I was
lot of
gonna-
culture. Unfortunately, you will get brain damage from all the lead poisoning.
I was mostly going to talk about the strict separation of the wild area with like any civilization, so it's very safe in a Pokemon standpoint.
Alola? You would get killed by a turbo monster, and everyone would think the turbo monster. No. It would be your fault if you ever were to fall to a Pokemon, even if it wasn't your fault. They actively don't pass legislation. Like to protect you from the environment that is trying to kill you. Alos. Kalos could be good. Thriving. Tons of people there. Like, tons of people. There was one time. It was not. I'm not talking about the Ultra Beasts. I'm talking about Como living down in the ravine, and you go out to get a bucket of water for your house because you live in Desert Island, and then you die because Como decided to be there for one time. I'm talking about the time the Tapus annihilated the only grocery store on all the islands. And the lighthouse.
The one and only.
I have lost the ability to do this jump.
Looks like you're gonna have to find a different location to farm.
Seriously, what is happening? Yeah. Oh, they were both sleeping.
They kneel when they sleep? That's funny.
Yeah. Resting might be a better word, but yeah. You see me? That's why people have Pokemon even if they're not trainers. Also, ever heard of a gun? You go shoot Tapu Koko and tell me what happens. Go do that. Go do that right now.
What about an Onyx?
It's a rock. Go shoot a rock and tell me what happens.
Isn't Onyx the one that's completely made of metal?
No, that's Steelix.
No. Yeah.
Ah, Steelix.
Ooh. Okay. What's my final answer? Sounds like Kalos. Kalos, I think, is the best pick. Unova is also, like, way up there. Probably also another best pick, sort of deal. Not my final pick, though. I'll get to that. Paldea seems like it's incredibly dangerous. The towns are just open. It looks like Paldea recently had some sort of apocalyptic Pokemon attack, especially with all the pseudo-legendaries around. And there are, like, 5 buildings everywhere. Barely anyone's around. The towns are just open, ready for Pokemon to walk on in and attack, except for Mesogoza, which is a huge built-up city. My final pick is actually Lentil. Lentil, if you don't know, is new snack. I would be there doing Pokemon research.
Oh, here's a valid question.
Assuming it's safe, where would I like to live based on vibe? Well, that's a whole different question. Oh, goody.
Let's say that you were just an average Joe Schmo living in one of the Pokemon regions while the protagonist was going on their quest.
Ooh, okay, real quick. Based on
Why did you
vibes,
break
I
into
would
my
probably
house?
choose Alola or still Lentil. Or Unova. But Cody, to answer that question, okay, let's run through them all again. In Kanto, you have the actual mafia trying to take over the actual government. Did I say Alola? No, I said Kanto.
Yeah, you said Kanto.
In Johto, you have them trying to do it a second time. Except now there aren't police. which is the issue of Johto over Kanto. In Hoenn, good lord. In Sinnoh, gooder lorder. Unova will be fine if you're not Nopaloosid because that gets nuked. Spoilers for a game that's 15 years old. Oh, it's 16 years old.
Dom dies.
Kalos? What issues are you getting in Kalos? Like, there's a cult that's doing weird things, but nothing ends up happening to any, like, civilian. A coffee shop gets taken over at one point. And a power plant. Just don't live in Geocinch Town? Yeah, well, that one is the nuke. That's different. Hello, Ball Martian. How you doing? Then in Alola... I mean, what's wrong with Alola? Oh, yeah, everything. I mean, that's normally wrong with Alola. If you were already choosing Alola, you're already crazy. That's good to hear, Martian.
Is this not?
Galar. I mean, that one's also pretty much fine until Satan shows up.
Yeah, that.
Jeff Bezos gets on TV and says, "Hi, I'm summoning Satan for infinite energy." Yeah, I'd be really upset.
Yeah, also, you know, Dynamaxing.
Okay, that video is eternal. I love that video. Everyone knows the video. I might honestly pull it up.
You should.
Be hilarious if Pokemon
It's really good.
Be hilarious if Pokemon copyrighted me for that.
Just Dynamax and Gigantamax, I would never want to live in a region where that is at all possible.
I don't think the wild critters do it, to be fair.
Yeah.
Like, you have to go into very special locations to find any that can.
But at the same
Otherwise-
time, that is like, that's, they go super big, and that's probably really loud.
I was running into one of fanfic about youngster Joey raises normal types. That could be enjoyable. Sorry, Cody, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, like, yeah, it is loud, and they can only do it in special locations. But imagine it's like, oh, I got, my mother as a 6-year-old gave me a ticket to go and watch the Pokemon League. I'm gonna go there.
And your eardrums get blasted out by a Pokemon going Super Saiyan.
And everyone in the crowd is cheering. You're like, that Pokemon just grew 50 times larger. I'm scarred for life.
I don't know if I'd be scarred for life, you know? Like, monster truck rallies are pretty awesome for a lot of kids.
They used the Dynamax on Jinx.
Ooh.
Oh my god, it's
No
hideous
one's
and
leaving
gigantic.
that. No one's leaving that or unscarred.
Whack. Yeah, I still need to level up this Pokemon. Oh, Paldea. A-okay. Nothing's going on. Nothing's happening. So, yeah, seeing a Pikachu getting gored by a pincer might be something that you do not enjoy. But that's not necessarily a Dynamax thing, that's just Pikachu getting gored by a pincer.
You wanna know what'd be really funny to see?
What's that?
Someone Dynamaxing Arceus. Because that feels both really pointless, but also just kind of really funny.
They actually... Okay, so Arceus is an incredibly good Pokemon. One of the best, but not the best. In this game, though, they made him ridiculously overpowered.
It
So-
is his game.
Yeah, that's true. Arceus normally, depending on the item he's holding, will actually change to a specific type. And his signature move, which is a very powerful move, changes to that type as well. That's good. It's very strong, and his base stats are insane. This game took it one step further. There's a special item you use on him, Chop, that instead makes it so whenever he clicks that signature move, it changes his type to be as effective as possible against the opponent, taking into
no.
type effectiveness both offensively and defensively. It is insane. It doesn't matter what's in front of you. You click that button, and all of a sudden it's hitting well.
All of a sudden, I'm just winning and I can't lose.
Yep.
I mean, to be fair, you did just kind of get the god of Pokemon
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
having fun at this point.
So I think you deserve a little.
To be a
little
little
easy mode.
overpowered.
Yeah. I'm not saying it's like, it's good. I'm
Now,
closer
someone
for that,
complains
though.
about that.
I'm sure someone did. People complained that we didn't get it for normal game. Like, Scarlet Violet.
Now, why would you possibly say that?
I kind of am on the same bandwagon. I want to see just how broken this thing can get. It's not going to mess up my tier. So, go hog wild.
Oh, you want to know what would be really funny?
If they allowed him for like 2 hours.
Well, there's that. I was going to say a Hisuian Pokemon Showdown.
They were specifically told by Nintendo, don't do that.
Oh, why?
We don't know.
Nintendo.
Nintendo already has the ability to annihilate them out of existence, so they just said yes, sir, and did not do it.
Which I get. That's fair. I'm not knocking on them for it. When, you know, the big bad company that has sued
Everything.
everything is generously leaving you up, it makes sense that you wouldn't want to upset
Yeah.
them. I'm just curious.
I think it reveals that it was really shoddily made, and they didn't want to show that.
Oh, for like fighting other people?
Yes.
There are times that I can 100% agree with that. Sometimes I'm fighting, like you're fighting a wild Pokemon, and they just go 3 times and knock out 3 of your Pokemon.
Yep.
I don't know why.
If the Pokedex is accurate, seeing a Machop will be terrifying. Even the more normal parts of the Pokedex are terrifying. That's why Hoenn is such a nope, nuh-uh, not at all. Because one element of Hoenn is, if you watched my most recent video, that specifically, Manectric will actually cause fires from the sparks on their mane. So all of a sudden, there is just a wildfire. If you want to know what that's like, go live in Northern California. You think Arceus hides in heaven because even he fears what he's created? I think the only thing he fears is the legend plate because it means that he gets banned. For being too overpowered. Torterra doesn't really need levels anymore. We need another grotto though. Messed up. What do I need to do with you? Oh, if I just evolve this twice, that's good. That mass outbreak of Chansey, that could be good for farming. Yeah, what do I need? What do I need? Definitely evolving can finish that up. I need Yanma to have ancient power. What does Yanma learn ancient power in? Right now. Never mind.
Key.
I have an in-world theory for what fairy type wasn't represented play Gen 6. Maybe cultural differences Japanese region didn't experience. I think it's different timeline nonsense. For research expedition, which region would you go to and what would I want to research in that area? Alright, you guys ready for a 45-minute discussion about this? I'm gonna keep it brief, but I could talk about that for a long time.
I think you mean lecture.
True. Okay. Me personally, my favorite element of biology, which is actually just the de facto coolest element of biology, is evolutionary biology. Sounds like a video idea? I'm gonna lay some groundwork for it right now then. Thank you for the idea though. So, with Kanto, what am I studying? Most likely, I would be addressing what the development of Kanto has done theoretically to the area. Okay, are we assuming that I get all the information that's been recorded? Like, if I went to Sinnoh, I know what was up with Hisui. I know, like, I get this map right here, and I get all the Pokemon that were around. Is that what I do? Is that what I get? Because if so, that's going to change my answers. Like, or if not, then that's going to change my answers. Or why not? With Kanto, I would absolutely be talking about what the development of Kanto has done to the natural areas and what Pokemon are there and no longer there. How that's affected even the Pokemon that are present. Like, maybe there wasn't a Cantonian this or a Cantonian that, and it was instead a Hisuian this or that. Why is the Safari Zone representing a savanna? Was there a savanna in Kanto? I don't know. We don't know. But theoretically I would. Then, with Johto, because the Pokemon are, like the Pokemon present are the same as they once were, I could study minute differences, like just area differences, the Miltank over here versus the Miltank over there. That could be really interesting to study. What more? Yeah, I gotta check the Omega. Ancient Power, Bug Buzz. That's 2. 4, 6. Okay, so Bug Buzz and Strong Style times. Good. With Hoenn, the interaction of Pokemon and people is what I would be studying. I actually have a video idea for that as well that I haven't started writing yet, but I will eventually. I think that one's going to be really fun. But doesn't exist just yet. Oh, that's a male curly. I don't want that. I need to go catch a Ralts. So that would be like how people handle Manectric starting fires right outside their lawn. That would be how Dewford Town is able to ever have a car with an Aggron trying to come over and eat it. Things like that. With Sinnoh, well, I do have a video in the works about that. It's going to be long. It is going to be fascinating. It is fantastic. It has been so enjoyable to write. Very time consuming. And that is the destruction of the environment. Because why are so many Pokemon just absent all of a sudden? There are 34 extinct Pokemon in Sinnoh. Where did they go? I don't know. With Unova, what am I talking about? There's some complex ecosystems going on in Unova. Like, just the amount of Pokemon on each route, the interactions there is crazy. They even have a lot of Pokemon Rangers around. It's one of the few games that has Pokemon Rangers as a trainer class. So I think there's a lot there, like just the environment and the Pokemon there. Like Charstone Cave, etc. Ooh, detected me. Oh, that's Stunky. Cody, where is Ralts?
Give me 1 second to look it up.
With Kalos. Yet again, a disappointment. I don't even know what's going on in Kalos because they don't tell us anything. But specifically, like,
You are in the Crimson Mirelands, so it can spawn. Oh wait, no.
Yeah, I think Golden Lowlands is where I'm looking for.
Gapejaw Bog.
Close enough.
or Shrouded Ruins.
Okay.
I think if I remember correctly, it spawns most of the time near those ruined structures.
Yeah, that makes sense. With Kalos, it's similar to Johto. The minute difference is because Kalos is actually divided into 3 major biomes. I don't know if you can really call that biome. Ecosystem? Something like that. Point is, similar research there to Johto. Not in a bad way. As easy as it is to make fun of X and Y. Alola. Ooh. That one's interesting. There's so many invasive Pokemon in Alola, and what development there has been really devastating to the environment. So, that's one big element. Another thing is why Seal and Dugong are showing up. The Pokedex even questions that. We're not entirely sure why. That would be fun. Galar, the effects of pollution on the Pokemon there. Just nice and easy. Aldea. I don't know. Oh, that was really loud. I'm sorry. Can I go to Kitakami instead? That seems more interesting. Okay. Aldea specifically. I would study, I guess, something about the interaction of the Terra Crystals with them. There can be an entire game set in one area like ZA. What other sub-areas would I like to see fleshed out as an entire game? So, one area as in, like, just the Crimson Mirelands, not anywhere else in ZA? Like, I don't get to go to Obsidian Fieldlands or anything like that? Or do you mean... what region broken up into what sublands? The effects of the herbs since they came from Ares area but started growing again in the wild? Ooh! That could be interesting, because we do see that. Like a town? Dude, nowhere. I don't want to be in ZA's town. I want to be in the wild. Who plays Pokemon and thinks, yeah, I want to catch a Garchomp on, like, 7th Street? No one thinks that. And if you do, why? Why do you want to do that?
Pokemon Go players.
I don't want to play Pokemon GTA. I want to play, like... This is so much more interesting. Part of why this is so much more interesting is because you never go back to town. You're just out in the world homesteading. A route that could fully fleshed out into an environment. Pinwheel Forest comes to mind immediately. I could take like a section of the games. The western side of Kalos is crazy. There's so much going on there. I remember. Oh wait, no, the eastern side too. Ooh, any of the 3 in Kalos, which makes me even angrier that we might just be sitting in a city the whole game. Where else? Dude, so many places in Unova. Ooh. North of Chargestone Cave has so much going on. That's where the airfield is, and then eventually the Icy Town. With Dragon Spiral Tower. That could be crazy. Where else? Any Alola Island is easy pickings because there's already so much going on in each island that is only not fleshed out because they had to make the rest of the game. I think that could be easy. Why is there no, by the way, there's just no Ralts there? What else? I have not played Sword and Shield. Maybe I'll do that on stream one day. Ooh, maybe that's the next Professor Oak challenge. Aldea?
That's gonna be difficult.
Cody, you looked at the stream. You want to know what's difficult? The Generation 9 Professor Oak challenge, which I'll talk in a moment. I think it's cool that the first Legend game is entirely natural, but the second one's entirely urban. But is it cool as in it's novel, or is it cool as in you think that this game is going to be enjoyable the whole way through? Don't do an Oak challenge on Sword and Shield? No. Oh, hang on. We're pausing again. We're pausing again because this one's crazy. This is what I thought for the next Professor Oak challenge. So.
Stream.
What about it? Oh, the
I was, yeah.
Zoo. Pokemon. Professor Oak. Challenge guides. This guy? Generation 9. Pokemon Scarlet and Violet with DLC. Are you ready for this? Hang on. For comparison. This is the Professor Oak Challenge Guide. Where's chat? Hello, chat. This is what I'm currently doing. This is about 90 Pokemon right here. Somewhere around there. And it gets smaller as you go.
84,
84.
if I remember correctly.
And then it, lists all that. You can see that the pages are still going up. You're not ready for this. Pre-badge. Hang on, real quick. In Scarlet and Violet, if you try to catch a Pokemon that is 5 or fewer, like for every 5 levels over your current badge level limit, a Pokemon is slightly harder to catch. At maximum, at level 60, with no badges, a Pokemon has an 80% chance for an otherwise catch to become a failure. As in, you have to catch it effectively 5 times to catch it once. One single time. This is pre-badge Scarlet and Violet, with that minimum catch rate.
Is it all of it?
Good lord. That is like 500 Pokemon.
Oh wait, how is it putting in the Blueberry Pokedex? You can't even do that pre-badge one.
Yeah, you can.
What?
Yeah. You can't get all of them pre-badge. You can't do increasing biodiversity. There's a lot you can't do, but you can do some of it. Something along those lines.
Oh no. I thought you could only go there because you were the champion.
No, that's when you get special orders to go there.
Oh no.
Uh-huh. I got a stealth spray right now.
Sword and Shield is still also going to be difficult because you're basically going to be doing the exact same thing.
Yeah, but there aren't like 500 Pokemon to catch. Free badge.
That was a great lob, by the way.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Well, the thing is with Sword and Shield, you have access to the entire wild area.
That's true. And
the
the
moment
DLCs.
you step in.
You're only now
Yeah.
learning what the Professor Oak challenge is. You've been streamed this long and you didn't like. Huh?
Shock, it's killing him.
You've made me sicker. Not, it's not a bad thing or anything, And sometimes you just, you never asked. It's in the description. I haven't touched that description in ages. I know what's in the description. Not the first thing, but you weren't paying attention. You were just talking. Hey, all good. I enjoy the talking.
That reminds me of like those random tests that they would give. The directions tests or whatever they're called.
Oh. But no, I have no clue what you're talking about. You mean like the ones where they have you, like count the amount of times that the ball is passed and then you don't notice that there's a gorilla walking through?
Not quite, no.
Okay.
Similar vein.
Okay.
So they give you a piece of paper, right? And as they hand it out to you, they're telling everyone, all right, make sure you guys read the directions carefully. In the directions, it says 3 things. It says do question 1, question 2, and then like question 89 or whatever.
Okay.
Or like question 100. I think there were 100 on there. The first question. Write your name in the top left-hand corner.
What a question.
Do problem 1, 2, and 100. It's been a while since I've taken this.
Right, right, right.
Write your name in like the top left-hand corner.
That is a huge rot.
Put a star. Number 2, put a star next to your name. Number 100, turn the paper over, put your head down, and wait.
Okay.
And the trick was you wouldn't know not to do those unless you read the directions. Otherwise, people would, read the first question. Oh, I need to put my name up there. Read the second question. Put a star next to your name. Read the third question. Oh, put a square in the bottom left-hand corner. Oh, next one. So it's like a how well can you follow directions test.
Ah.
That destroyed so many people's egos when it came to school.
Crazy. If I had any opportunity to do fewer questions on a test, I would.
Yes. But would you have read the directions? Or would you have just run right into it? Trying to be done as fast as possible. Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the trick. When you're in school, you're like, I want to read as little as possible, so I'm just going to skip to the questions.
I have a guess that I would personally, not necessarily succeed in that, but I would notice the numbers in the directions and think, oh, I gotta check them. Maybe it's like numbers 1, 2, and 100 have a printing error. 'Cause I did that a lot. I wouldn't read the directions, but if there was a number up there, I'd notice.
The last time I took a test like that was in like 3rd grade.
Might have taken one then, I don't know. What am I doing right now? I turn in my information. You love the gorilla one? You didn't want to count the passes, so you just watched the bad acting?
To be fair, I find those videos quite funny.
Yeah.
I accidentally ruined one for a teacher at one point. He put it on, and I said, why is a gorilla walking through under my breath? And a bunch of people looked at me, and then looked back at the video.
And they saw the gorilla.
There's a gorilla there. What's next? Ashley Barboach. I just have to throw food for a Barboach, and then I'm done. Yanma. Yeah, they do have bad acting, though.
100%.
I don't have Yanma anymore because I evolved it.
Oh, the folly. Why would you... See, this is the downside to how you do it.
No, I was even thinking I gotta put Ancient Power on this so I can throw it at some Yanmas, and then I didn't do that. You fell for the one video where the guy kept changing outfits as he was explaining something else? I've been trained to notice that ever since a very early, like, Markiplier, PewDiePie, or Tobuscus video, something like that, where they did that and then joked about it, and now I notice it every time it happens.
Oh. It's those... They created an entire generation with an attention to, like, minute details.
True.
My parents, funny story, for the longest time, thought that I had OCD because they would move something like a few inches over. Like, for example, there was a snow globe that was sitting on one of our, what are they called? TV stands.
TV stands.
The coffee table. The coffee table.
TV stands.
That's what it is. The coughing table. They moved it to clean underneath of it, and they didn't quite put it back in the same spot. It was like a few inches to the left or something. I can't remember. I came downstairs, I looked around and I was like, "Oh, you guys cleaned the coffee table." And they're like, "Oh yeah, how did you know?" I was like, "Oh, the
Moved
snow
the
globe is
globe.
moved."
Snow globes.
And like, why? Why is that what you notice? And I just made a lot of those like small, minute observations, and they had me test for OCD because of that. Like he only knows this because
Paying attention to stuff.
he's
Tiny
paying
stuff.
he's paying way too much attention to tiny stuff.
Gotta evolve a gas leaf. Feed a barboach. Hunter's basically done. Gun tank. Strong style flamethrower. Oh, yeah, I didn't answer that question. Something that took me an embarrassingly long time to realize.
While you think, it took me until I was 21 to learn how to ride a bike.
What took me a long time to realize?
I have a
Ooh.
jokey / serious answer to that question, but I'm not gonna answer it.
Why not?
I feel like it's very I feel not obvious, but very, very not too funny, but kind of on the nose.
Oh,
I have one for you, Flack.
what is it?
That not everyone eats organic foods.
I thought, like, I didn't even realize that there were inorganic foods. I don't know if that one's, like, fair necessarily, even. Because that's just an upbringing thing. I was, like, 15 when I learned that.
Yeah, and I think that is a very long time to realize that like not all food is organic.
I didn't exactly have friends.
The reasoning.
No,
needs
yeah,
some
no, I get it,
side.
yeah. Turning the
It's-
cab light on while driving isn't illegal? Dude. My parents never told me that. They just said, yeah, it hurts my eyes.
That's what my dad said. He said he had really sensitive eyes, and so we can't turn it on at night.
I had to for door dashing once, and I turned it on and could see perfectly fine, and I was bewildered that he ever cared. I don't know what's up with it. Like, it's fine. It doesn't look different.
Well, I think the big difference is if you're driving at night, and say you have kids in the back seat.
Oh, and they turn it on back
Then
there.
They turn it on back there. You look at the rear view mirror. There goes your night vision.
If you seek Amy... Oh, F-U... Oh. Yep. I actually have one. It took me an embarrassingly long time to learn that seatbelts are not dark green. I'm colorblind to darker colors, and I didn't know that they weren't dark green for a very long time. I thought they were just like a greenish gray. That's my answer to that.
That's a good answer.
Thank you. The ancient power on it, that's easy. Keep the fire type moves is easy.
My brother is also colorblind, but he's blue-gray colorblind.
Hmm.
So there was a card game that we used to play, and for the longest time, one of the blue symbols on the card, the entire time he thought was just a light gray.
Oops. At least Magic makes them super different.
Yeah, they
Oh,
also
stigmatism.
kind of
I'm not laughing at you. That's just... That tickles me.
Oh, another one that I know a lot of people have struggled with. A lot.
A lot? A lot being
Yeah, a
A
lot.
space L-O-T?
Mm-hmm.
I don't get how people struggle with that. Sorry if you struggle with that. But how? Throttle. Fine, you want me to make you laugh? Well, hey, you did it.
Oh, there are so many things that so many people struggle with school-wise. Mirrors?
I've not seen
Wait.
someone misspell mirrors.
No, not misspell.
Like the function of mirrors?
Yeah, they don't understand how mirrors work.
To be fair, I'm not entirely certain on the science behind it. I just know that they're a darker green color back there, and then there's a whole lot going on. But
So, yeah, you don't need to know exactly what's going on, but you know that when you look at a mirror,
it's not my left
Light-
side that I raise up, it's my right side, but it is my left side.
what I was going to say, you can see the reflections of things in the mirror because of light.
Right.
Light's bouncing off that object, it bounces into the mirror, bounces into your eyes.
Right.
There has been this very large trend online. If, like, people will put, like, an egg behind a book in a mirror.
Oh, you're talking about that. I already know what you're talking about. I don't
Yes.
understand how people.
So what is
Yes.
happening?
So people put a book, right? They'll put it right against the mirror. Then they'll
Against
put
the
an
mirror.
egg behind it.
Okay.
So that way the mirror can't see the egg, quote unquote.
Okay.
Then they turn their camera until they can see the egg. And they're like, how can I see this egg in this mirror? How does the mirror know what's behind this book?
Is it because the camera's just pointing at it?
It's because of the point of interest they're looking at within the mirror is having enough reflection to see behind the book.
The light is reflecting.
Oh, it's
diagonally
bouncing
onto the
diagonally is
mirror.
what's happening, and they're freaking out
Yeah.
about it?
Yes. Yes, people aren't getting it, and they're saying like mirrors are portals or something. It's quite odd.
Yeah.
I don't understand how people have come to this conclusion. And I've seen a lot of these videos.
I don't even know if I can comment on that. I don't know what to say. Do you know that you're always the same size in a mirror? I mean, kinda.
Yes. It is interesting. I don't fully understand why.
Has to be 12-year-olds that are on TikTok believing those, right?
No.
No.
I'm sorry.
Hmm.
It's like, it's people
It's-
our age. No, it's people that are a little bit older than us.
Leaded gasoline and its consequences have been a disaster.
I mean, hey, have you seen who your president is?
Brother, it is worse than that. But let's not talk about politics on stream.
True. My bad.
No, you're all good.
What are other silly things? Oh, people have declared that fish are not animals.
In what capacity? Actually, if you use the word fish, technically we are fish. Although, if you want to talk about cladogram science, I will actually get very mad at cladogram science. I have before.
No,
Isn't-
basically-
isn't the argument people are trying to declare fish aren't animals because we're not calling them animals, we're calling them fish?
something along that line.
That's so dumb.
People who say humans aren't animals is a different thing. They have a connotation in their head of what an animal is, and it's something innately uncivilized. People
Which
who are
is
calling
odd.
fish aren't animals is a different thing. That's dumb. The other one is just a cultural sadness.
Yeah, saying a fish isn't an animal because we call it a fish, not an animal. I see the point that they're trying to make.
I don't.
They are looking at it as
An animal
Two
is a
separate-
land critter.
they're looking at it at two separate umbrellas, right?
But they're not umbrellas.
Well, here's the idea. Fish is one umbrella. And like
Insect.
every fish that you can think of goes in there. That is a good point. Insects are probably also under their own umbrella for a lot of those people. And they would consider insects not animals.
Dude.
Then you'd have animals like mammals and stuff like that. Birds probably is another good example. I don't know if they would consider those animals because we
can't
call
you-
them birds, not animals.
Can't you point to Kingdom Animalia and be like, that is an animal?
You can, but we're talking about things that
You seem animals are mammalian, so you're saying like a lizard's an animal? I think these people are just too busy, like, doing this to turn their brain off and then get told to think for a little bit, and as a result just aren't thinking. And I think if you ask them directly in a more, like, calm and thought-provoking setting, they might have a different answer. I'm not saying they're not dumb enough to be mind-blown by their own simple answer, but...
Well, the video that I saw, someone was saying, "Hey, what animal are you least scared of?"
I know exactly who you're talking about.
What animal are you least scared of? What does it mean,
Yes.
scared of? Like, on average, or can do?
Like, if this animal was running at you or like coming at you as fast as they could, which animal would you be the least scared by? The guy said fish.
Oh, I mean, there's some bad fish out there.
There
Now, if it's
are,
like a bass, you know, getting my hands ready and getting dinner, but you know, if it's a stonefish,
there's-
I'm running the other direction.
but they said fish, and then this sparked an argument. Fish aren't animals.
Dude,
They are animals.
If you're talking about who I think you're talking about,
Oh, Zane, that's a good comment.
one of them is just a complete idiot, and I swear he does it solely for the content, and I hope that's the case.
I think
I'm
more often
so
it's the case.
sorry.
I think no, Cody. The commenters probably aren't. But if someone's making a video at it, yes, they are probably just doing it to their attention.
Well, no,
So
they're,
it's a podcast.
yeah.
Oh,
It's a
yeah,
clip
they're
from their podcast.
Absolutely doing it for attention.
Yeah.
I would love to show you some of their videos after stream.
I almost don't care because I
Your
can't.
your head will hurt.
Yeah, no, I'd rather not. Okay. Hope I don't sound cringy or edgy with this. My YouTube channel is based on education. I seek to, teach so that people can learn, educate. And this sort of course of my life of education started vaguely from a while ago of the like, oh, in a world of sheep, be the wolf. And I thought that was absurd. Why in the world of sheep would you not want to instead be a shepherd? And to me, that would be teaching. Bringing people up into the element where you see yourself as a better, make other people better. You know? If you're really looking for a wolf pack, the best way to do that is to, well, get fellow wolves. And I hope that doesn't sound edgy or cringe in some capacity, but like,
I like the way that you worded that. It does sound a little cringe.
yeah, figured.
It sounds like something that would be up in my classroom.
It's very holier than thou and also classroomy. It's those
Motivational posters.
yeah, those multicolored text posters where the word sometimes goes sideways and it's like this massive paragraph. I love those posters as a kid.
Because but saying,
Aw, dang.
if I'm right, it's because it can't absorb all the light.
Black absorbs light and mirrors reflect light. How can something be both black and shiny? Because mirrors aren't shiny. But also, black doesn't absorb all light. Black just absorbs most light.
Yeah.
Absorbing all light is not something that we know scientifically to be possible other than a black hole, which is not exactly what's happening in that case.
Yeah.
That's not an
It's not
object
exactly
absorbing all
the
light. That's an object's gravity preventing all light from escaping.
Yeah.
And it just means reflective, doesn't it? Not exactly, but we are leaving the realms of science that I know, which is impressive.
Shine-
There aren't many of those.
If
Yeah,
I'm
geology,
right-
geology is probably one of my weakest, unless we start talking about like Earth's geology.
Well, this is physics.
Kind of. Because like shiny is it's a combination of physics and geology, because shiny does originate from a lot of like rocks.
Yeah, but it's the physics of light, particles,
See ya,
etc.
John.
Yeah.
You're gonna,
Have a good
John.
night.
Enjoy, dream of big fish. They are animals.
They are.
Hopefully it's not a shark.
Yes.
But
All right. Well, I don't want to start that discussion.
Shiny... but shiny is kind of does it means means reflective to a certain degree, if that makes sense. If I'm remembering right. Like, it's not being as reflective as reflection, but it's mimicking the same property.
Well, the coolest thing to me about this all is that we're getting into theoretical stuff. Like, we're not entirely certain if this is even the case in some elements.
Yeah.
And that's awesome.
Well, theoretical science is the easiest science because you can make stuff up and back it up.
I know you're making a joke. I know you're making a joke, and I love the joke. I just need people to understand that's not at all how it works. And if you try to go into like, theoretical physics and say that, you're getting booted out immediately. What's messed up is that you need to be able to prove it in a number of circumstances, while also it being entirely theoretical.
Yeah.
Like quantum entanglement is something I can't even understand.
There needs to be proof that can be argued.
Yeah.
Start talking to me about math and mathematical theorems, I'll be here all day.
Well, that's what these streams are basically with me in biology. Someone asks a single question, and then that's the conversation for like half an hour.
If I didn't get shoved into so many social and English classes, I probably would be able to also talk about science pretty well.
I was shoved into social and English classes, and I can talk about a bunch of science.
Yeah, but also I get mentally exhausted from doing those, and school is just overall boring. So
That's where
I just
college
end
gets
up-
crazy.
I will never make it to college, and I never plan to go to college.
I mean, it's not exactly. Outbreak of Turtwigs. Unfortunately, I'm already done. And Eevees. Also done.
Both of which would have been helpful before outbreaks really occurred.
Yeah. When it comes to black holes, they don't suck light because the trajectory of light can never curve, but space can curve, which black holes do. Oh, it's more than that, dude. It's a lot more than that black holes do all silly like.
I wish I knew more about space and black holes.
I know this single element about black holes and their interaction with light. If you were staring at a ship going into a black hole, what you would see is that the ship appears to slow down and eventually stop almost as if it's stopping in time. But it's not. The actual ship is going into that black hole, but you never see it enter.
Because there's no light bouncing back for you to see it.
Other than what was
Right.
already there at one point, which
Yes.
I don't even understand.
But then at some point, wouldn't it just like disappear?
Well, we'll have to drive someone into a black hole eventually.
We have other questions about that.
In
think there are
theory,
s-
they would technically just they would just disappear from sight. Not even it would just be out of sight.
I think there are a lot of people out in the world that would willingly sacrifice themselves to some crazy space event just for me.
I would.
Markiplier even would. Markiplier said it. He said, if you could put me on a shuttle and send me into space with a 100% chance of dying from death by space, I would do it in a heartbeat, he said.
He
Almost
even made a
exactly.
song about it.
Ooh, man,
Yeah, someone
space
else-
is neat.
Hi, Carter. You scared me a little bit.
Bulwark.
I would say, if I had to decide between a death mission to space versus a death mission underwater, I choose space every time.
Space.
Oh, 100%.
Underwater's terrifying.
Yeah.
Underwater spooky, me no touchy.
The reason why a straight line on a glove appears curved, a black hole bends the plane on which light travels. Yeah, dude. So cool.
Oh,
Oh shoot, what is
I
it
had, like-
called? There's it might not be Roche. But there's this thing called the Roche's line that in three-dimensional geometry, it is the shortest way to get from one point on a sphere, and it is actually a curved line that follows the sphere's curvature versus an actual straight line.
Dude. What?
So imagine a sphere, right? You have a sphere.
Zane apparently knows what's up.
Correct me if I'm wrong. If it's not called Roche's line, I'm perfectly okay with being wrong. But imagine a sphere, right? You're following you have 2 points on a sphere.
Yeah.
If you were to go from point A to point B in a straight line, that'll take you a certain amount of time to do so. But if you were to go up and curve along, it would take the distance that is traveled is actually shorter.
Wait, what?
Yes. Because you are following the curvature of the sphere. Here, hold on. Let me see if I can pull up an example, because it can be difficult to.
So, I'm
can
going
be
from
difficult to
Chicago to
visualize.
Los Angeles. If I take a literal straight line there, versus what? Can you explain it from that?
Video.
On a sphere, when a longitudinal line is actually straight.
It bends, but it technically is going forward. It is just one straight line because of the way the planet is.
Okay, so Chicago to LA. Are you saying that going straight there is a similar amount of time to a detour through like North Dakota or Texas? A latitude line is curved, a longitudinal line is straight. How? Huh?
Okay, so hold on. I just want to see this thing. I just want to see the globe. Please stop trying to send me to places to buy the globe. All right, so imagine you are going from. I don't know. We'll say
Chicago to LA is right there.
I'm thinking more along the lines of a ship, but we can do Chicago to LA. I just grabbed
Okay.
the globe, not
LA to Japan.
US.
Tokyo.
LA to Japan. Okay. So if we're going from LA to Japan, you can go in a straight line, right?
Mhm.
But if you were to instead go up and around, up and back down, because we're on a globe.
Oh, the way it
distance that-
unfolds ends up being flat?
Yeah,
Okay.
the way it unfolds in a two-dimensional space from the three-dimensional curve of the sphere, you are actually traveling less distant.
Oh, okay. Zane, the cone analogy helps because I learned that very sparsely in mapping classes. Okay. Plane is drawn upon and in itself is curved, but not the line itself.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so weird.
Math is ridiculous. There are so many cool things about math. And so many people say that math is lame.
Math is
Blame
super
the teacher that's teaching it half the time because they don't encourage it.
I was teaching some students not geometry, the beginnings of algebra.
Ooh, fun.
I absolutely adore algebra. I know a lot of people despise algebra.
Ow.
Teacher.
So there is this semblance of some people have an easier time understanding geometry versus algebra.
Right, I understand that element of things. We discussed that too at length.
Yes. Which I think there's some validity to this, but I still think everyone can learn everything. Algebra introduces a new element into problem solving.
Does it?
There is now there's something missing in my math equation, and I have to find it. For some people, that is a large hurdle to overcome. They don't understand.
Geometry is cool. Algebra
They
is witchcraft.
understand.
Go ahead, Cody. Go ahead. But we're gonna talk about that after.
I can talk about that in length. They understand through memorization most of the time how to do mathematics. You know?
Okay,
Oh,
so it's
2
not
+
like
2 is
they're
4.
it's not like they're necessarily multiplying 7 and 9, but instead knowing how 7 and 9 interact. So they memorize
Yes.
that element, but when you start making it x times 9 equals 63, it becomes a little bit difficult because they don't have the memorization of the 7, or they have the memorization of the 7 times 9, not the understanding of the multiplication itself.
Yes. They don't understand. A lot of people don't understand the rules behind it. I've noticed this a lot with a lot of students, specifically those who will do addition and subtraction with differing like negative and positive numbers. So if you have, I don't know, like 7 plus -8 plus 3. Or no, here's a better example. 7 minus 8 plus 3. A lot of people will struggle with that because they'll say, "Oh, I do the addition first."
Oh.
8 plus 3 is 11. 7 minus 11 is -4. That's not quite right.
I see.
So they don't understand like the base concept of mathematics, and that's what makes algebra tricky.
They know the dog and the coyote, they don't understand the caniform.
Yes. Now, because of that, everyone will look at algebra and say there is a missing number in my equation. I don't understand how to find it. People who get algebra know to work backwards, which is how you find whatever is missing.
Yeah.
If you struggle with algebra, you look at that and you say, I don't know what the first step is. Even if someone shows you what the first step is, you're like, okay, now I don't know what the second step is.
Okay.
And it leads to this great misunderstanding, which is why I think so many people struggle with algebra. Like, if I were to put it into a word problem, some people would probably understand it better.
That's
it's
where you would
dealing with
lose me.
You have 7
immediately.
apples. Really? You have 7 apples, someone wants to take away 8, but a friend gives you 3 in return? You got 2 now?
I understand the problem. It's just you start putting extra words in it, and then I'm gonna start losing it.
Oh, because you start focusing on the words in between as well.
Yeah.
That's why I think a lot of math classes end up saying, like, here, let's separate the words out of the problem. Although then again,
Yeah.
the school that Cody and I went to growing up is knockout fantastic.
they there was like for the most part, yeah,
Yeah, not sixth grade.
There were a few. There was a lot of good teachers. There were obviously some bad teachers. All schools have those. But for the most part, it didn't feel like they slowed down, which was to its benefit and its detriment.
This David happened.
Yeah.
Okay, so Zane, I'm not the opposite necessarily. I don't like geometry very much just because I think it's annoying. Like, you know, the triangle, prove this is the right triangle, look at it. It's a right triangle. But it's just making me explain myself. That's not that bad. However, I love algebra, and I find it so easy and fun. It's interesting that there's that sort of disconnect there.
I want to say I love either of them, but I've been through enough math teachers where it's just I hate both, and I couldn't get good understanding of either too well.
I would love to teach you.
I got basic understandings, and that's all I've took, except for science.
You will probably, because science and math go so hand in hand, you'll probably need more than a basic understanding.
Yeah, it depends on the science. I have not used it. I've used it a little bit, but it's basic cylinders.
If you start getting into chemistry, stoichiometry,
That's easy, son. It's like fake math. Easy math.
it's not.
It's easy math. You just multiply and divide some weird things, and there's like letters involved that you don't interact with this time. And there's moles.
Setting up getting from like getting to and from moles is where a lot of people get lost actually.
Am I just some sort of like super smart dude? Because it's not hard.
It is a little hard.
It's not that, like, there is some difficulty behind it. Once you understand the concept and you get behind it, then it becomes really easy. Math sometimes just takes a minute to click for some people.
Ah.
In
Also-
stoichiometry, all you have to do is match the units in the proper way. Some people don't understand that, and they'll start making small errors. And one small error in stoichiometry leads to a big difference.
Yeah. Okay. Anything more with Sligo?
Quick side note, hey Flack,
What's up?
we're at the 3-hour mark. How you feeling?
I really gotta pee.
You should take a break then.
Good. Get back, everyone. Continue discussion. Like, you know, I don't mind if I'm not here.
Yeah.
Catch me up when I get back. BB.
I will blame all my academic problems on almost every school I've been to. Like, I wasn't a good student as well. That's on me. But also, I had not good teachers for the most part.
I can get that. There were a few teachers that I've had that have not been the best.
I've had 3 good teachers in all my years of going to school. And because of it, I struggle with so many different things. To no surprise, reading is one of them.
Yeah.
I was in a few gifted classes. I will definitely say that.
I got put in those classes once, but it was mostly so I can catch up on homework, which I still never did.
I can learn the exact way to do it and then try to solve an equation and get a completely wrong answer. But you have extremely good spatial reasoning skills. That's what me and Flack were talking about, where there's this difference in spatial reasoning and basically logic gates. For me as a kid, I more struggled with geometry than I did with algebra. Algebra came very naturally. I understood like the reverse ordering of the math and how to do it. Geometry I struggled with more because I didn't know how to basically lead and prove that I knew something. Proofs were mostly the biggest struggle. I don't know how a lot of people feel about proofs.
I find needing to show proof of work, like, it's a good idea in concept, but in my case, when you're handing every student a calculator to do problems, it's like, all right, how I can't show you the proof because I did it all here. You want the proof? Here you go. Go
So
through the history.
a proof is different than showing your work. A proof is, let's say you have a triangle. Prove that this triangle is congruent
Back.
to this other triangle. You then have to use different theorems to prove that they are the same.
Ooh.
Yeah, I could not do that for the life of me.
No, they're just boring because you have to memorize them.
I struggled with that a lot until I took an introduction of formal proofs in college. It was one of my favorite classes. I failed it the first time really badly. But right at the end of the semester, and I was really upset about this, I finally understood it and I got an A on the final exam, but my grade was just so bad throughout that I didn't get credit for it. Which was very unfortunate.
That's a tragedy.
I took it again and got like a B+.
Okay, can I say something I've heard recently, and I'm so upset that this isn't like a motto by almost every teacher. Okay, so I've always been a student of like, why do I need to do this? Why do I need to learn this? And I've never given like a straight answer, like, oh, you're gonna use this in the future. Give me 5 examples and I will do it. I've been never given a proper example. Only recently I've heard this example be used. So this college professor specializes in math. Was asked this question. He then asks one of the football players in his class, "Hey, do you bench press by any chance?" And then he answers, "Yeah," and then I bench press this much because he plays football.
Right.
Professor then asked, "Hey, during a football match, will you ever bench press another opponent?" And the kid goes, "No." And then the teacher asks, "Why? Why do you bench press then?" And it's just training the muscle for doing these other activities. And that's when the teacher goes, that's why you're doing this.
Ooh.
It's training for other skills. Like other skills you'll use more commonly. You understand this advanced math, you're gonna understand this basic math much, much quicker.
I dig it.
It's such a good answer. Why is it not something just told?
Because a lot of teachers, I think, don't know themselves because they never asked.
I think another thing is a lot of something that I've experienced that myself. A lot of kids don't want the answer. Like, yeah, there are some kids who are genuinely asking and want to know.
Well, they want to know for a justification, like in Chop's case. Chop doesn't actually necessarily want to know. Chop just wants a reason.
Yes.
Put
But
words
here's
in
the
your
thing.
Sorry.
People, like, I think originally that question started as, I want a justification as to why I should be doing this.
Right.
Now that question is, this is a justification as why I shouldn't be doing this.
Yes.
I am trying to say this so you can't make me do this.
Zane, I will absolutely answer the heck out of that question. But before that, the mitochondria and the taxes one, most of the people who say we should be learning taxes would be falling asleep in taxes class just as much as they're falling asleep in math class.
Oh,
It has
100%.
nothing to do. It has nothing to do with how early we wake up as much as it's blamable, because if we moved it later and later, people would just be staying up later and later to wake up later and later, and it will always be a problem.
I will say this. I know I'm a substitute teacher right now, so I've been bouncing around to a lot of different schools. Almost every high school I've been to has a financial course,
That's pretty
and
awesome.
it is available to every student. Like any student can take it.
But does it count as credits? Because that's another critical issue, is that some can't
It-
take it.
It does. It does count as credits. As far as I'm aware of, I can't say for certain for every school, but when I've discussed it, it does count for credits, and it does teach you how to like save money, do your taxes, budget, stuff like that.
Yeah.
Most people aren't going to take it because they think it's boring, and they'd rather do home ec for an easy A. They don't want to have to do the hard work, which I get. I was also a student. I also took classes that I thought I would pass.
Kind of crazy is
But-
that just like home ec doesn't teach you taxes.
I think it's probably for the best that home ec doesn't teach you taxes, because it teaches you other very valuable life skills.
I agree with that.
And even so, people who are the same people who are complaining that they don't know how to do their taxes also probably didn't take home ec anyways.
Yeah. So, biology is critically important for people to learn in a number of ways. More than even math and things like that. Sorry. But because biology is the literal living that you are doing in this very dang moment. I think the talking of cells is a little bit difficult to understand why in the first place, and that's because it doesn't go far enough to say that your cells are why you feel so bad all the time. You're not drinking enough water. You are getting bloated because your cells aren't behaving properly because you're not giving them enough water. When you consume too much salt and too little water, your body ends up fighting back. You may feel good now when you're not eating breakfast and not drinking water and everything of that sort. But later on, your cells are going to give out. And that is why everyone complains about knee problems when they're 25, because they don't understand the biology of why we need to do these things. They don't understand that using your joints prevents arthritis. That's a weird one that a lot of people don't get, and I don't know how.
That is a great point. I've seen a lot of videos of people like complaining about knee problems or like their back, and it's like, I'm only 25, I shouldn't be having this. You're right. You're absolutely right. You shouldn't be having this.
Are you self-reporting?
No one's done this to you but yourself.
Sorry about the gulp. Sorry about...
We didn't hear it. Don't worry.
I'm coughing.
Oh, I never answered the stream question.
What's
Who
the...
do you like for the wrong reasons?
Yeah.
I need a second to think.
Hang on, I've just been texted and informed that yes, indeed, back pains can be caused by other things. It's not necessarily you sitting wrong in your chair, but I'll phrase it like this. Large mammary glands can in fact cause back issues. But that's no one's fault. That's just a tragedy.
Yes, there are conditions. I have a friend who has a lot of joint pain because he was born with loose ligaments.
Hey, I don't have joint pain and I was born with loose ligaments. In fact, I could do some crazy yoga from it.
Why
No, you're
would you
good, Zane.
attack
I didn't think that
if
you did.
need to do Zen headbutt.
I do need to do Zen headbutt.
Yeah, I said, why would you go for a Stunky if you need to use Zen headbutt?
Because I already did against a, This is
Oh,
enough.
you finished it. Okay.
Oh, wait, no, it's not. Hang on. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A little bit more.
What was I gonna say? Oh yeah. The joint pain. He suffers a lot of joint pain, and he is definitely nothing against him. Like, it's just the way he was born, and he's done a lot of physical therapy to try and aid it.
Yeah, there are plenty of cases like that. I'm talking about the person who says, yeah, my body was so good and now it's so bad. Yeah, that's because you didn't do anything. Zane, not quite. It's not because we evolved to walk ridiculously. It's because we evolved to walk ridiculously quickly and didn't finish refining it. That's a critical element of it.
Walking is just glorified falling.
Okay, I can get into the biology of that, but it would require a lot of basic understanding. Like, not basic as in you should get it. Basic as in we have to lay so much groundwork to even start talking about that.
Yeah, a lot of people wouldn't have the basis to understand the discussion, which is fine. We don't need to get into it. I just wanted to make the joke.
I could take an entire stream of talking about it.
A game that I like for the wrong reasons. Oh, let me pull up my Steam accounts and look through all my games.
Carter, you too.
Ooh,
Carter left a long time ago.
Wow.
yes. I'm gonna talk about a series.
Also, he could just tell you Assassin's Creed.
No,
So-
no, Assassin's Creed, not quite. Assassin's Creed Odyssey, he likes for the reason you should like it.
Assassin's Creed.
Oh,
Plural.
yeah. Let's
I
defy gravity with a back design to move horizontally. Yeah, but we got a lot going for us for that. And you know what? It worked, because no other animal can talk about it across the country like this.
You know what? Yeah, fair.
I'm going to say the game series that I like for the wrong reason is the Dragon Age series.
Okay.
A lot of people have given it a lot of hate. Some valid, some unvalid.
Most unvalid.
Mm,
At least for the latest Dragon Age game. That's all the
I've heard that one just straight up
Right now.
sucked.
There's a lot that's wrong with the latest Dragon Age game, and I can get into that. Definitely not on stream.
I think that it's just poorly written, and that the other reason people dislike it is not necessarily valid. And I think that you can point to many examples where it's done well, but this is about the extent that I would want to discuss such a thing.
Yes, that's why I said outside of stream.
Internet more came about due to cooking. Yeah, it might have not picked up because I did kind of whisper it, but I did make a joke that it was not actually anything to do with walking. It was a little bit to do with walking.
just a tiny bit.
We did walk after things until they died, so we got more meat than we otherwise would have. Otherwise,
So
kind of
true.
jogging. You should jog. Everyone should jog. Jog right now.
I'm not gonna jog right now. But I like the game for the wrong reason. Well, why do I like it for the wrong reason? I don't know if this will make a lot of sense. I like the game because it feels like I am basically playing a D&D campaign by myself.
Alpha Pikachu.
I don't know if that makes sense.
No, I get it.
No, it makes sense. I don't think that would be a wrong reason though.
For a Dragon Age game,
No, I could see that being a wrong reason. They're not really supposed to be that.
the Dragon Age series is a tactical dark fantasy. That is what it is designed as.
Well, so is
Yes,
Baldur's Gate
it-
1 and 2.
Yes, I was getting into that. Yes, D&D can be described as that. But Dragon Age is more so less option based. You are shoehorned into a story and you basically follow that story whether you like it or not. Yes, you have some options you can do, who you get to who you have tag along with you, etc., etc. But for the most part, the game itself is reset.
Real quick. Zane, I will clobber you for such a comment. Jokingly. No, that's a really good joke. As long as it's a joke, otherwise it will clobber you. All right, go ahead, Cody.
It is not meant to feel like D&D. Yes, it has similarities with the fantasy aspect, but it is meant to be a storytelling device. Like, you are living... D&D is more so you are creating the story of that world. Like Baldur's Gate 3, for example. You have so many different options of how the ending goes down. I'm not going to spoil any way that the ending goes down, but there's a lot of different ways for it to happen. And there's a lot of different people that you can impact and affect along your journey. In the Dragon Age series, that is very much not the case. It is more so you are living in this world story, and it will be completed one way or another.
The demons are coming in. You're not necessarily needed to take them out, but you're here to help us take them out.
Yes. Like, you are just a singular cog in the machine. Yes, you are doing all of these heroic things and being really cool and probably doing most of the work. But you are still simply part of the machine.
I see.
You're on a roller coaster rather than flying a plane.
Yeah. At any moment, that plane could go down because you make a mistake. But on the roller coaster, if you make a mistake, you're just going to move on. The story is going to continue the way that it's going.
Toxicroak is gonna suck to level up the research of. Okay.
Oh, a better analogy. Instead of a roller coaster, it's a train versus a plane.
Railroad.
Yeah, you are railroaded and you are going to reach the same destination.
You control the
no
speed.
matter what, no matter what paths you take. That's why it's the wrong reason to like it. There are other reasons that I also like it, but that's probably the biggest one. Probably the worst reason is I do enjoy its combat.
3 out of 4, I do enjoy its story. 2 out of 4. I've heard the second one's pretty good. Second one's story.
The second one is mostly story-based.
Yeah, Dylan didn't like it at first, but then he loved it.
It is a lot more politics-based. Like, you need to get in the good graces of this leader and this leader and this leader to try and solve an issue that's ongoing. Which I think was done fairly well.
I only ever catch male hippopotamus. That's crazy. Alright.
No, that was the end of my statement.
Oh.
Are you just going around making sure you have the living dex now?
No. I need to catch a female hippodon. Because it looks like hippodon's entries are also going to be pretty awful. Actually, if I catch an alpha, that is pretty high. Okay. Do that.
Hey, maybe it would also be a female.
Hey.
That would be the greatest.
Possible outcome. I think it'd be done at that point. Where is the female the alpha hippodon? I do need... No, I don't. Yes, I do.
Hey
No, no.
Cody,
Yes.
I'm gonna send you a little meme. This is basically how well I do math.
Oh boy.
What is it?
Not actually, that bad usually, but it's also just kind of funny.
Oh, see, oh, I'm gonna I'm gonna make a joke about this.
Go right ahead.
Well, not necessarily a joke. There are times when, like in a word problem, right? Like Johnny has 6 apples,
Yeah.
kind of thing. And it's like, oh, how many apples does Johnny have left at the end of it? And like Johnny has -3 apples. Does that not? Are you
Johnny's-
confident in that answer?
Johnny's 3
Are you
apples in
sure?
debt.
Like,
Should you double check your answer? I think you should.
Why are you talking about math on my biology stream?
it's the same time when I get told like, oh, you should double check your answer. I'm like, oh yeah, I believe that. I believe I should double check it. And then I'm like on my 5th time double checking. It's like I don't understand it. Clearly, I need help. Man, you should double check your answer.
Yeah, that's
See,
crazy.
I will only do that when it comes to like quizzes and tests.
That's understandable. But when it's the basic work basic work you handed me, all right? I'm clearly struggling that bad. Maybe a little help is needed.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, done with the pad on. After this,
After what?
I have to mud bomb strong style.
Oh, yeah. I will say, I very much enjoyed my math classes.
I'm sure you teach pretty pleasant math classes.
I hope so.
I think
will
I'm
never
cheating
know
when
it.
I say I teach pretty pleasant biology, but that's because I work at a zoo and have a YouTube channel. So it's based on radical rather than, course. It's like if Cody got to talk about rockets when he talked about math.
That would be fun. I will say, however, like, I absolutely adore science. There are some things I struggle with so much.
Like,
Chemistry, for example. Stoichiometry, absolutely phenomenal. Super easy. Master units, I'm all good. I could do it for hours. The shapes of atoms,
yeah.
compound atoms, I cannot, for the life of me, memorize them.
268888.
What?
268888. Oh no,
No,
compound molecules.
Molecules, yeah.
Wow,
The shape.
maybe you are at a disadvantage with that one.
It's bad. It was really bad. I took chemistry like 3 times. Originally, I was going to be a science teacher. Took chemistry 3 times, changed to be a math teacher.
Yeah, I get that. If teaching kids is hard, you can imagine teaching teachers to teach is ridiculous.
No.
Yeah. No.
I'm so sorry. Right? There is... I can only speak as a math teacher. I know a few other teachers who have taught different subjects. You are over-taught in basically the subject that you're in. So I have taken very high mathematics. So I understand math great. I have had very little actual experience teaching, which is an issue. That's why I became a substitute. You are taught basically the bare minimum how to be a teacher and how to explain things. For the most part, it is learning by fire. When a teacher is student teaching, trial by fire, thank you. When a teacher is student teaching for the first time, it is very difficult. It is a long road ahead. You are over-preparing / under-preparing every lesson. You're putting too much, you're putting too little. And classroom management is a hassle. Teaching someone how to teach is not really done, more so teaching like the psychology is what is more taught. So it's less actual experience and more, oh yeah, I know this guy invented this method to teach. I don't know how to do it, but I know he did it.
Oh, that sounds awful.
It was not the best. But I digress. This is not a teaching stream. Well, technically it is a teaching stream.
Maybe a little.
Doing a little bit of teaching.
Just a little bit.
Yeah, do
But
have
it is
that
not a
connection,
stream
though.
dedicated to teachers.
Right.
Let's talk about a silly Pokemon. Well, a Pokemon I find silly.
Huh?
Sudowoodo.
Sudowoodo. He's a very silly Pokemon.
You should pull him up real quick. You should have him.
Don't believe I do.
Oh, Bonsley's in here, isn't it?
Yeah, I haven't gotten around to that yet.
Oh, I see.
Oh,
Well-
rare spawns. Ew.
Response for what?
Thanks, dude. Rare spawns are stuff like Bonsley and Togepi.
Oh, yes.
Blech.
It will spawn in Orvanes, though, in the area it's supposed to spawn.
Oh, okay.
So it has a higher chance. It is still rarer.
Yeah.
But it's better.
For context, Chimchar is not a rare spawn. It's a spawn that happens to be what one would call rare.
Right.
A rare spawn has a chance to replace an otherwise spawn. And is also super unlikely. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. 3 rollouts. Evolve.
I will be right back.
Okay.
Or go and defeat the other one with a rollout. And then evolve.
Oh, that's so
Oh,
awesome.
wait, no.
Well, I still have to do it because that only gets me to 9, and I have to defeat one later.
Oh, yeah.
Up here. Sudowoodo is a Fossilmon. Prove me wrong and show me your work.
Can I say the inverse?
Okay.
Show me that Sudowoodo is a Fossilmon.
First, we have to define a Pokemon that is a Fossilmon. Presumably, that would mean that this Pokemon is obtained by reviving a fossil.
That would be my assumption.
However, there are... Oh, that was weird. Dude? Okay, there it goes. There are Fossilmons that you can catch. Now, they are literally visible and present in Legends Arceus. However, in some Pokemon Pokedex entries, it says that these Pokemon are still around. In particular, Kabuto and Lileep seem to still be present. So, a Fossilmon is not well defined to begin with. Furthermore, a Fossilmon does not have to include the rock typing, not strictly. It's just mostly the case. The Galar fossils are a perfect example of this.
I would say those are an outlying circumstance because they're both half of a fossil.
I don't know. Sounds to me like that's 4 unique Pokemon right there. 3.
That-
3.
3.
Fish, dragon, and bird.
There are two bottom halves, two top halves.
And one of the bottom and top halves are the same Pokemon. Arctovish is just it's the,
Oh,
it's
yeah,
the
yeah.
same thing. Its head is just upside down.
Yeah.
Presumably. The Vish would imply so, but the Arcto doesn't necessarily. Arctovish could be correct, and it's just upside down in a very literal sense. I'd actually make it very similar to Relicanth. However, that could be a different Pokemon entirely.
Oh, you're saying it's a petrified wood Pokemon.
Petrified wood is not the same thing as a fossil. I can't explain that word because I think that gets into geology. I was never taught that.
I
do know though, a petrified wood can happen very quickly and not in the same way that a fossil theoretically would, or necessarily would. Because if you go to somewhere like Yellowstone, you will actually find petrified standing trees. Ain't that neat? Wait, I still need to defeat you. Yeah, all the people that say that the Yellowstone volcano erupting would end the world, not quite. It already erupted twice.
is Sudowoodo a petrified wood Pokemon?
No, because it's not wood.
Okay.
Zebra fossil? Not at all. Like, literally not even in the slightest.
Petrification is a form of fossilization. But it is a it is different in the sense of what's the word I'm trying to look for? Petrification is when organic material is slowly turned into stone.
Wait, Zane. Why is Aerodactyl considered a fossilmon? Can you tell me that? Is it because it's revived from a fossil? Why is Aerodactyl considered a fossilmon? That was a weird silence. Alright, I'm breaking that.
I was waiting for an answer.
I'm still waiting for an answer too, but that silence was powerful. It's mineralized form with life imbued into it. Is that what it is? Is that what it is?
So is Geodude a fossil Pokemon?
Is Boldore a fossilized Pokemon? Fossil Pokemon?
Sudowoodo is an imitation Pokemon.
No, don't pull those up.
Don't pull those up?
Don't pull like the Blink Pokemon, because those go crazy. Whether that be technologically or some other method, is Regirock a fossil Pokemon? I have to evolve it. Minerali's form that was previously biological. So is Sudowoodo no longer biological? Or Aerodactyl? They most certainly are. Look inside a Pseudolord's mouth, that's a whole load of flesh in there. Or just
Ew,
coincidentally
don't.
red insides.
Please don't give me that mind. I don't want to think about that.
We get a little bit more too, but you're done. You're not done. I'll finish you later. Gotta evolve you, feed you. You need a lot of experience. Ugh. This was the quickest speedrun to experience grind ever. I hope they make another Pokemon Ranger. I don't think they will.
I would like that. I enjoyed the Pokemon Ranger games.
I think this is essentially... Why do I keep going to Fieldlands Camp? I think this was essentially Pokemon Ranger. And if this is what it becomes, I don't mind. But...
I mean, honestly, it's probably better than trying to do a Pokemon Ranger game on the Switch.
motion controls. I wish they did on the Wii.
Motion controls I can see, but I feel like that would get kind of bad kind of quickly.
Countless cases of
You
arthritis.
know? Got arthritis in his elbow.
It's just, I don't know.
I think it could be cool, but I also do believe that it could be difficult to set up.
I
And
think...
you know Pokemon.
Well, yeah, they would never do it correctly. But I think if they were to do it correctly, theoretically, there would be a lot fewer loops needed than like 180 or whatever is on the late game bosses in those games.
Oh my gosh, that was painful
You
in
just get your
so
fun.
many ways.
If I could stream a DS game, I would, and I would play Pokemon Ranger, Professor Oak Challenge.
Oh, that would be horrible.
Yeah, that'd be sucky.
Especially considering you can't even keep them most of the time.
Nope.
So how are you supposed to do that?
There's a Ranger Dex.
Oh, okay.
Actually, completing it in every mission unlocked a secret special mission, and then completing that unlocked a different thing where you could beat Regigigas. It was really cool. Yeah, for once, Regigigas was actually awesome, and Slow Start was really neat. So, Chop, you still here?
No, they have not returned yet.
Are they in the call?
I thought they still were.
I can't hear if they leave, so. In fact,
Yes, they are.
1 second. I have. Chop! Alright, I run a Discord server for a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, D&D. And... Dude, who is this? It won't show me this person because I'm on streamer mode. Alright, disable. Right, there we go. Top, you're deafened! Sorry about that. I run a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon D&D and have to recruit characters. By the way, Cody, if you want an invite, I will give you one.
Potentially.
It's a really cool system.
I will discuss that with you at a later date time.
Always looking for new people, especially because if we hit a certain number, then we get to advertise on the Mystery Dungeon subreddit and could get a ton of people. It's a West Marshes. It's called West Marsh Stomp. Because, you know, Marsh Stomp.
Yeah.
Where is... Oh, I'm in the wrong area. Wait, no, not what? Where's Porygon 2? Oh, it's not in this area at all.
No, it is not. You need to
No.
see it use Thunderbolt twice and then evolve it.
3 times.
Not
Yeah,
3 times. Not. You know what I meant.
I know what you meant. Oh. Oh, that was too much.
I returned.
Welcome back.
I brought
We've missed
popcorn.
you.
Don't
Popcorn.
lie. I did some dill powdering and extra salt.
1 second.
Okay. So are we still talking about Pokemon, or do we move back to the school topic?
We actually just talked about, Pokemon Mystery Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh,
In the West Marches server I run. Oh, it's gonna run away. Hey. Okay. So. Going to the movies, and you have to sneak in a meal.
a meal.
What meal are you
full
getting?
meal?
A full meal. No popcorn, none of the candy there. You are sneaking in a plated meal.
Oh, plated. Oh
Plated.
boy.
What are you getting in? How?
Okay.
And you know,
so-
you still have to enjoy it, so you can't just say, like, I'm slipping in 20 sheets of naan. Actually, no, that's enjoyable, but you know,
So here's the question, right?
creative with it. Yeah.
I have to bring in a plated meal. Am I allowed to use anything to cover that meal?
The rain wrap is the best you get.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was thinking of. So, I have to pick the meal and how I'm going to sneak it in.
Yep. A roasted boar on a pike slowly rotating over a bonfire. You get stopped before even entering the movie theater. A very
how
desperate
you're-
teen employee runs out and says, "Sir, please."
How you're moving a bonfire, I am amazed.
That's not relevant here. We're focusing on the meal.
Okay. I'm going to go as extravagant as possible. So, I'm going to have. It still has to be on the plate, right? Like I can't take it off the plate and move and like mess with things.
I was muted. So, yes, kind of. Like if you have your purse, if you can pull it out and like move a little bit around and it's still plated, that's fine. So if you had like just a steak on a plate and you stuck it in your purse and you pulled it out sideways, you know, it's still kind of on the plate. You know what I mean? You have a backpack
Yes.
with camping equipment and a Pokeball to hold the boar. Well, you're assembling it. No, no assembly. It has to like be at least quasi-assembled when you enter. Semi-assembled.
I have kind of an answer, but I'm not sure if it qualifies.
Go ahead.
I'm getting a Subway meatball sub,
Okay.
foot long, cutting it into 4 pieces.
Okay.
Two pieces on my left calf, 2 pieces on my right calf, and I'm wearing baggy sweatpants.
Okay.
You know what? Yeah. They can cut it into fourths too, so that's not like cheating. You can request that they do fourths. They don't like you, but they'll do it.
But it's not on a plate.
Plated.
Okay.
Plated doesn't
Have you ever
require a
heard-
plate. Plated is the presentation of it. But
Okay.
technically, a marshmallow cooked on a stick would work. But, you know, that's not creative. And that's very
So what-
creative, cutting it up into, you know, chunks. Big old burrito. Yeah.
All right. So that I'm going to then. What's the best way to do this? So you're allowed to bring water bottles into movie theaters.
Yeah.
I'm fairly certain.
Mhm.
It doesn't have to be a clear water bottle. So long as it's a water bottle, they'll accept it and probably not question it.
Yeah.
I think some theaters you have to prove it's water in there.
Are you trying to sneak in an MRE?
I was listen. Don't spoil my plans.
It's not even cooked yet. You could just say a cooked MRE and you'd be fine.
No,
I gotta cook it during the ads playing.
Yeah, the uncooked with the water is not a plated meal. That is the ingredients.
okay.
See, because then you could bring in every ingredient for a bonfire with a boar and a spit roast and probably sneak that in just fine. Setting it up's going to be difficult, but we didn't ask that.
See, technically, my argument was the meal is already cooked. I'm just using water to heat it up.
Heating it up.
It's true. True.
That is my argument. I asked a lot of questions to make sure I could do this. If you want me to go a different route,
No, that's good. That works.
I do have a second one that I think would be really funny.
I'm just saying you could bring in the cooked MRE and you don't even need water.
No, well, here's the thing. One, I don't want to deal with that because the water that was in the pouch heating it could burst while I'm walking.
Oh, no, have it like cooked.
Having what?
Have it cooked. Like it's already cooked. You already did
Well,
everything.
Yes, but everything would have to be back in the bag in my envisioning for it to be like plated, right?
I mean, in the bag is plated for an MRE. You just kind of eat them out of it. Some of
Yes.
them.
That's the thing.
Yeah.
I would want everything that goes in there, including the water that I used to cook it, because that was part of the MRE.
Right.
My
someone can
other one,
I don't think a smokeless bong is quite the same as a roasted boar. Or an unroasted boar.
Gardevoir. Okay.
Whatever.
Gardevoir.
I don't have the stone for Glade.
Hmm.
I had stuff in the bottom of a popcorn bucket? No, no popcorn.
my other one that I was going to say. Have you guys know it all goes into a chicken pot pie, right?
Yeah. No, it's gotta be cooked. You can't cook it in the thing.
Yes, no, I'm aware. This is the preface. This is me explaining.
Are you
There
gonna wear
is-
a top hat and hide in the top hat?
No. There's this thing called a deconstructed chicken pot pie, where it is basically mashed potatoes and then the filling of a chicken pot pie poured on top of it.
Okay.
My plan would then be to wrap that up in saran wrap.
Mhm.
You know, all nice and tight. Fashion it a little bit you know, give it some curvature, and I'm going to then put it and I'm basically fashioning it like a butt, and I'm putting it there.
Okay.
I'm hiding it there, and I'm walking into the theater like that.
Do you want to know what the real answer is though to all of this?
What?
You bring a turkey dinner with you, all right?
A whole
Wait.
turkey dinner.
A whole turkey. Hear me out. A whole turkey dinner. You walk up. You give them a $100 tip.
That's
Who-
bribery.
A.
That
Are you bringing it in?
That's cheating. You got the emphasis was sneaking it in.
points for creativity, but you haven't snuck it in.
It's so true.
I mean, you could hide a turkey breast on your chest.
Use the popcorn to attack chickens into the theater and roast the chicken. It's not cooked. It's uncooked. You need a cooked meal. Plated cooked meal. You can't just cook it in there.
I also think the fire alarms would be a real problem with cooking anything in a movie theater.
Nah, not this one. This one also assumes that there's no people in the movie theater, so you can just whip out a plate of food and start eating.
I've seen people do that, and I have not questioned it.
That's insanity. All right.
Movie theaters do tons of things.
I've seen people literally take out like a Tupperware container from their purse, like 4 or 5, and then just everyone's eating like mac and cheese. This is normal.
That's weird.
Yeah.
All right.
Yo, when are
So-
you gonna play Generations Ultimate on stream?
Never.
Oh,
I only play good Monster Hunter games. 2 billion
Yeah, that's why
comments.
Generation Ultimate is there.
So, I'm going to be ending stream because it has been a while.
it's like 4 hours.
Thanks for coming
stream.
around.
4 hours.
Yeah.
stream.
4 hours. We're actually speed running through the Myrlands. There's like 2 more Pokemon to even catch. And then it's just a lot of level grinding. Actually, not even that much. I'm going faster than I thought. Thanks for coming by, everyone. What's tomorrow? I'll be streaming tomorrow. All right.
Unless you wake up like really, really sick.
Yeah, unless I'm super unwell. Have a great night, everyone. See you tomorrow.